Chapter 795. Mr. Matsumoto has arrived. As a ninja spoke loudly, a gray-robed Matsumoto Takeyoshi walked out of the birth cabin with a smile on his face. The white-robed man, Shingo Yamada, had a veil covering his face as he followed closely behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Walla. When the experts saw Matsumoto Takeyoshi appear, they immediately stood up from their seats. "Greetings, Mr. Matsumoto." The experts bowed their heads to Matsumoto Takeyoshi and said. Chi Yao, who reeked of alcohol, and Yi Fan, who looked drunk, were still sitting cross-legged in their original positions, laughing and toasting each other. They seemed to have turned a blind eye to Matsumoto Takeyoshi's appearance. When the white-robed man saw this situation, he suddenly frowned. He gently took a step forward, ready to remind the two of them not to forget the etiquette. Matsumoto Takeyoshi raised his hand and blocked the white-robed man. The white-robed man looked sideways at Matsumoto Takeyoshi and retreated behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi. "Everyone has worked hard. Please sit down," Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to the experts with a smile as he slowly sat down on the main seat. "Thank you, Mr. Matsumoto." Everyone replied in unison and sat back in their original positions. "Since you came to the Great Ming Dynasty, you have been working hard to carry out various tasks. Matsumoto Takeyoshi is very grateful." Matsumoto Takeyoshi looked around at the experts and said, "Today, taking advantage of the fact that everyone is here, Matsumoto Takeyoshi has specially invited everyone to a banquet. First, I would like to thank everyone for their full support. Second, I would like to welcome our new member," Matsumoto Takeyoshi said, and looked at Chiyao Yamamoto, who was sitting next to Akatsuki. Chiyao Yamamoto was immersed in the joy of Akatsuki's words. When he saw Matsumoto Takeyoshi looking at him, he immediately stood up from his seat and respectfully bowed to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. "Everyone, this is the proud disciple of Yuji Koizumi, the elder of the Japanese ninja world. He is also Miss Yu's senior brother, the Azura Blade, Chiyo Yamamoto." Matsumoto Takeyoshi introduced him to the experts. "I'm Chiyo Yamamoto. Please advise me." The red-robed Chiyo Yamamoto nodded to the crowd. The experts returned the salutation. At this time, Akatsuki, who had been silent all this time, slowly stood up from her seat. "I would like to announce a piece of good news to everyone." Akatsuki moved to Chiyo Yamamoto's side and reached out to hold his arm. She calmly said, "Before I came to the Great Ming Dynasty, I had already set up a marriage contract with Chiyo Yamamoto. After helping Mr. Matsumoto complete his grand plan, we will return to Japan to complete the marriage. At that time, if everyone doesn't mind, please come and drink a cup of wedding wine." Akatsuki's words instantly stunned all the experts present. Even Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who had been smiling the whole time, was confused. He didn't understand what was going on. What was going on? Why did Akatsuki suddenly say such a thing? Matsumoto Takeyoshi was puzzled. He wasn't shocked that the two of them had a marriage contract, because Chiyao Yamamoto had already told him about it when he visited him. Back then, Matsumoto Takeyoshi thought that Chiyao Yamamoto was delusional because he knew that Akatsuki's heart had long been with Yifan. Even 10 cows couldn't pull her back. However, what he never expected was that Yu Hongji would actually agree to this marriage and even announce it in front of everyone. He couldn't understand it at all. Matsumoto Takeyoshi thought as he looked at Yifan. It was obvious that something had happened between the two of them. Something unpleasant. Yifan, who reeked of alcohol, quietly raised his wine glass and drank. He had a smile on his face as if nothing had happened. The wine in his wine jar had already flowed through the cracks, so he could only drink the sake on the table. However, although he could hide it from others, he couldn't hide it from Onijiro, who was sitting opposite him. Onijiro, who frowned slightly, carefully found that Yifan's hand holding the wine glass was trembling slightly. "Ha! Good. The short blue-eyed boy in a cloak broke the silence and clapped his hands with a smile. "Miss Yu and Mr. Yamamoto are really a talented man and a beautiful woman. They are a match made in heaven. They are the most suitable couple. On the day of your wedding, I will definitely come to congratulate you and ask for a cup of wine." The green-eyed boy deliberately emphasized the words, the most suitable. As he spoke to the two of them, he glanced at Yi Fan contemptuously. His eyes were full of mockery. Yi Fan continued to pour wine and drink without paying any attention to the green-eyed boy. At that time, we should be able to see Miss Yu's true face, right? The man in blue, Sadokawa Akutagawa, asked Akatsuki with a smile. Of course, Akatsuki said with a smile. I'm really looking forward to it. Sadokawa Akutagawa said with a smile. At that time, I will definitely prepare a big gift and go to your wedding. You two must come at that time. Hongji and I will be waiting for you. Yamamoto Chiyao said happily. If that's the case, then today's banquet can be said to be a double blessing, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to the crowd with a smile. Come, let's toast to this pair of beauties. Matsumoto Takeyoshi said, picked up the wine glass, and stood up from his seat. Since Akatsuki took the initiative to say it, it would be unreasonable if he didn't celebrate. Voila! As soon as Matsumoto Takeyoshi stood up, the masters quickly picked up the wine glass and stood up. Yi Fan didn't get up. Chiao glanced at Yi Fan and also didn't stand up. What's wrong, Bufonko and Chiao-san? Don't you want to toast this couple? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked Yi Fan and Chiao with a smile. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was well aware of Yi Fan's reaction. Yi Fan's reaction proved that he had feelings for Akatsuki. Toast, why not? Yi Fan said as he picked up the wine glass and stood up shakily. Chiao glanced at Yi Fan and also picked up the wine glass and stood up. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Fan, who reeked of alcohol, staggered in front of Akatsuki and stared at Akatsuki drunkenly. Akatsuki looked away and didn't look at Yi Fan. Come, miss you, Qian. Yaosen, Yi Fan said, I wish you husband and wife, to be together forever, to grow old together, to have a child soon. Ha. As Yi Fan spoke, he finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. He even showed the empty cup to the two of them with a smile. Thank you for your kind words, Yamamoto Chiyao said to Yi Fan with contempt. I will work hard to make Hongji give me a lot of children. Akatsuki's chest rose and fell violently, and her lips under the veil were bleeding. Good to have a lot of children, good, Yi Fan said as he turned around and staggered back to his seat. Come, we wish Miss Yu and Yao Kun 100 years of bliss. Matsumoto Takeyoshi raised his wine glass and said with a smile, We wish Miss Yu and Yao Kun 100 years of bliss. All the experts echoed. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Yamamoto Chiyao said happily. Akatsuki didn't speak. She directly covered her face with her sleeve and drank the wine in her glass. Everyone followed and drank, then returned to their seats. Everyone, please feel free. Matsumoto Takeyoshi signaled for the banquet to begin. Everyone began to eat and drink. Mr. Matsumoto, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. Yi Fan, who returned to his seat, filled his glass and drunkenly asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Buffon, Kun is too polite, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to Yi Fan with a smile. If you have any suggestion, just say it. Since Miss Yu's husband came, should let the two of them become partners, Yi Fan said with a smile. If I continue to be partners with Miss Yu, it doesn't make sense. Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned after hearing this. Yi Fan's request was reasonable and not excessive at all. But if the two of them were really separated, then the effect of his previous arrangement would be greatly reduced. This, for a moment, Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't know what to say. After listening to Yi Fan's words, Akatsuki's heart was bleeding, as she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Yi Fan was completely drawing a line between them. Buffon, Kun, I understand what you mean, but in this way, who will be your partner? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned his head to look at Green-Eyed Boy. I think Mr. Green-Eyed Boy is more suitable to be my partner. Puffed. Green-Eyed Boy, who was drinking, couldn't help but spit out the sake in his mouth when he heard Yi Fan's words. Cough, cough, cough. Green-Eyed Boy coughed violently. Yi Fan's words made him tremble with fear. If Yi Fan were to be his partner, he might as well cut his own belly open and kill himself. It seems that Mr. Green-Eyed Boy is very excited and feels that this is the most suitable. Chiao imitated the tone that Green-Eyed Boy used to speak to Akatsuki just now and said to Green-Eyed Boy, "No, no, no, cough, cough, cough." Green-Eyed Boy waved his hand and said, "I didn't mean that." Matsumoto Takeyoshi first glared at Green-Eyed Boy, then retracted his gaze and said to Yi-Fan with a smile, "Mr. Green-Eyed Boy is not suitable to be your partner. Let's change to another person." "If that's the case, then Mr. Sato." Yi-Fan shifted his gaze to Sato Kawakura and said with a smile. Sato Kawakura was holding a spoon and drinking fishbone soup. When he heard Yi-Fan's words, the spoon in his hand suddenly fell into the soup bowl and splashed a lot of fish soup on his body. It seems that Mr. Sato is looking forward to this matter. He is so happy that he doesn't even want to drink the soup. Chiao imitated Sato Kawakura's tone just now and said with a strange smile, "No, no." Sato Kawakura picked up the white napkin on the table and hurriedly wiped his mouth. He said hurriedly, "I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. I have a good partnership with Fujita bro. I don't want to change partners." Sato Kawakura would never forget the scene of being tortured by Yi-Fan in the cave. If he was to partner with Yi-Fan, he wouldn't even know how he died. He still wanted to live for a few more days. Chapter 796. After Matsumoto Takeyoshi heard this, his face revealed a difficult expression. Other than Akatsuki, he really had no way to arrange a new partner for Yi-Fan. Now that the partners of each group had carried out a lot of missions, they had already gotten along well with each other and had a tacit understanding of each other. If one of the groups were to be separated at this time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, the relationship between these experts and Yi-Fan could be said to be like ice and fire. Onijiro, Bamu, Chongqing, Shinichi Funakoshi, and Kamehameha. These people had similar temperaments with Yi-Fan and regretted not meeting him earlier. They called each other brothers and got along very well. The blue-clothed man Kakashi Sato, Green-Eyed Child, and Kato Nagato all hated Yi-Fan to the core and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Other than these people, the rest of the experts kept a distance from Yi-Fan. They did not want to provoke him, but they also did not want to get too close to him. Thus, Matsumoto Takeyoshi was in a difficult position. He could not let those people who had a good relationship with Yi-Fan become Yi-Fan's new partners. If that happened, these people would very likely secretly help Yi-Fan. However, he could not choose those people who had a bad relationship with Yi-Fan to form a new partner. Otherwise, they would be eliminated by Yi-Fan in a few days. He had to find someone who had a grudge with Yi-Fan and would not be easily eliminated by Yi-Fan to be Yi-Fan's new partner. Moreover, this person had to be able to get along with Yi-Fan and be able to do things well. After thinking about it, Matsumoto Takeyoshi looked at Chi Yao. Far away on the horizon, close in front of him. Wasn't this Chi Yao a ready-made candidate? This person had a grudge with Yi-Fan, and it was rumored that Yi-Fan had fought with this person over the succubus in the Tsueming Hall. Most importantly, this person's current cultivation was extremely high, and it couldn't be compared to the past. Even if it was Yi-Fan who'd overcome the heavenly tribulation, it would be extremely difficult for him to eliminate this person. The most commendable thing was that the two of them seemed to be getting along quite well. They could definitely form a new partnership. How is it? Mr. Matsumoto, Yi-Fan, who reeked of alcohol, smiled and asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi, "Who's going to be my new partner? If it really doesn't work, then I'll just have to do it alone. Everyone else is carrying out the mission with two people. How can I bear to let Buffon, Kuin work alone?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi replied Yi-Fan with a smile. "How about this? Since Chi Yao, Kuin is also by himself, why don't the two of you form a partnership?" "Brother Yao." Yi-Fan frowned and turned to look at Chi Yao. He thought that Matsumoto Takeyoshi would let him form a team by himself, but he never thought that Matsumoto Takeyoshi would let him form a team with Chi Yao. "Me?" Chi Yao was also stunned by Matsumoto Takeyoshi's words. "Both of you are Han, and you get along very well. It's perfect for you to become a new partner. Ha ha ha, it's settled then." Matsumoto Takeyoshi laughed as he raised his glass and drank it. He was very satisfied with his decision. Yi Fan and Qi Yao looked at each other and didn't say anything. From today onwards, Miss Yu and Chio will form a team, while Buffon, Kuan, and Qi Yao, Kuan will form a team. Come, I wish you two new partners a tacit understanding and a successful completion of the mission in the future. Matsumoto Takeyoshi refilled his glass and raised it to the four of them with a smile. Both of us thank Mr. Matsumoto. Chio Yamamoto held Akatsuki's hand and stood up from his seat as he spoke respectfully to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. The moment Chio Yamamoto held her hand, Akatsuki, whose face was covered with a red veil, instinctively wanted to pull her hand out of Chio Yamamoto's hand. But after a moment, she didn't break free anymore. She had already promised Chio Yamamoto that she would return to Japan to complete the marriage, so she couldn't reject him like before. Qi Yao and Yi Fan also raised their glasses and toasted Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Cheers! Matsumoto Takeyoshi said as he downed the wine in his glass. The four of them raised their necks and drank the wine in their hands. They were all drinking together, but their states of mind were completely different. Akatsuki was sad, Chio Yamamoto was happy, Qi Yao was suspicious, and Yi Fan was in pain. Clap, clap, clap. Matsumoto Takeyoshi put down his wine glass and clapped a few times with a smile. The sound of a pipa, a zither, and a flute could be heard together. More than a dozen beautiful dancers filed in from outside. After bowing to Matsumoto Takeyoshi, they began to dance to the beautiful melody. These dancers had dark hair and heavy makeup. All of them were incomparably beautiful and delicate. Their upper bodies were clad in sleeveless white beaded shirts, and their lower bodies were clad in light gauze miniskirts that did not reach their knees. Their soft waists were like dancing snakes, and their snow-white arms and shining white thighs were faintly discernible. In the hands of these dancers, they each held a folding fan with blood-red cherry blossoms drawn on it. The folding fan opened and closed like a flying blood butterfly. Green-Eye Boy and Sato Kawasaki looked at the dancers in front of them with lascivious eyes and kept swallowing their saliva. Onijiro, on the other hand, tapped his chopsticks lightly on the white porcelain wine glass with interest as he followed the rhythm of the music. Bama Chanqing lowered his gaze and drank quietly. When the song and dance started, everyone began to relax. Chio Yamamoto pulled Akatsuki's hand and stood up from the banquet. He said, "Come, Hongji, accompany me to make a toast." Make a toast? Akatsuki asked Chio Yamamoto. I'm not familiar with these people yet. Help me introduce them. As Chio Yamamoto spoke, he picked up the wine pot on the table and placed it in Akatsuki's hands. Then, he picked up the wine cup and pulled Akatsuki away from his seat. He began to toast the experts one by one. The experts did not dare to neglect and express their blessings to the two of them. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of Onijiro and Bama Chanqing. Chio Yamamoto, this is Mr. Onijiro, and this is Mr. Bama Chanqing. Akatsuki introduced the two to Chio Yamamoto. Not only are the two of them top experts with unfathomable cultivation bases, but they are also modest gentlemen, dragons and phoenixes among men. Yamamoto has heard of the two of you, Chio Yamamoto said politely to the two of them. It is Yamamoto's honor to meet you today. We, husband and wife, toast the two of you. Akatsuki used the wine pot in his hand to fill Onijiro and Bama Chanqing's wine cups. Yamamoto is too polite, Onijiro said calmly as he looked at Akatsuki. Miss Yu is truly a blessed person to be able to marry a person like Yamamoto. Onijiro deliberately emphasized the words blessed person. Akatsuki, who was under the veil, bit his lower lip and did not speak. Mr. Onijiro is too kind. Chio Yamamoto did not understand, and thought that Onijiro was praising him. Onijiro smiled at Chio Yamamoto, but did not comment. I hope that the two of you will love each other and spend the rest of your life with the person you like the most. Bama Chanqing said indifferently as he drank the wine in his cup. The person you like the most, Bama Chanqing also emphasized. Akatsuki's heart ached. and his grip on the wine pot became tighter and tighter. Thank you, thank you. Chiyo Yamamoto laughed foolishly. The two of them took turns toasting all the experts, and even the white-clothed man behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi toasted. Only Chi Yao and Yi Fan were not toasted. Chiyo Yamamoto took the wine pot from Akatsuki's hand, held Akatsuki's hand, and prepared to return to his seat. However, just as the two of them passed by Yi Fan and Chi Yao's table, Chi Yao spoke. "What is it? Aren't you two going to toast us?" Chi Yao raised his eyebrows as he looked at the two of them and said with a smile. The two of them stopped in their tracks. "Sorry, we don't have any more wine in our wine pot." Chiyo Yamamoto turned around and looked at Chi Yao and Yi Fan with contempt and said, "Moreover, I don't have the habit of toasting to Han people." Obviously, he was humiliating Chi Yao and Yi Fan. In this cabin, only the two of them are Han people. After Chi Yao heard this, he suddenly looked up at Chiyo Yamamoto, and his eyes instantly flashed with black light. "Huh!" With a crisp sound, the white porcelain wine pot in Chiyo Yamamoto's hand instantly shattered, and the fragrant sake inside suddenly splashed everywhere. "Didn't Mr. Yamamoto say that there is no more wine in the wine pot?" Chi Yao's mouth curved, and while smiling, he picked up the wine cup and slowly drank. "You?" Chiyo Yamamoto, who was splashed with sake, was furious and was ready to attack. "Chiyo-kun, forget it." Akatsuki pulled Chiyo Yamamoto's arm and said with a frown. This was a public place, and in front of Matsumoto Takeyoshi and the other experts, Akatsuki didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Chiyo Yamamoto, who was angry, turned his head to look at Akatsuki and then suppressed his anger. He pulled Akatsuki's hand and prepared to return his seat. This was the first time he participated in a formal occasion since he came to the Great Ming Dynasty, and he didn't want to make things too ugly. It is said that the Japanese are polite and treat guests with respect. Now it seems, that's all there is to it. Chi Yao dragged out his tone and said with a smile, "A piece of rat poop spoils the whole pot of soup." "What did you say? Say it again." Chiyo Yamamoto suddenly turned around and loudly questioned Chi Yao. Chi Yao's words completely angered Chiyo Yamamoto. "I said a piece of rat poop spoils the whole pot of soup." Chi Yao laughed. "What? Is there something wrong with Mr. Yamamoto's ears?" Chi Yao was well aware of Yi Fan's mood. This silver-haired boy had a fire in his heart, but he had no way to vent it, so he could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. Since this was the case, he would find an excuse for Yi Fan to vent his anger and set fire to him. Moreover, this big fool in front of him didn't just humiliate the two of them, but the entire Han people. If this kind of person didn't learn a lesson, he wouldn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. "Who are you calling rat poop?" Chiyo Yamamoto's eyes revealed a fierce light, and his figure turned into a shadow and stood in front of Chi Yao. He lowered his head and stared at Chi Yao, who was sitting in his seat, his eyes burning with anger. "Chiyo-kun." Akatsuki saw Chiyo Yamamoto use his movement technique and immediately walked over. "Everyone here knows who I'm talking about. Only some people are still pretending to be stupid as pigs." Chi Yao didn't even look at Chiyo Yamamoto and said with a smile while drinking, "Baka." After hearing Chi Yao's words, Chiyo Yamamoto couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and scolded angrily. Chapter 797. Whoosh. As Chiyo Yamamoto swept his leg, a red shadow of a leg went straight for Chi Yao's head. Chiyo Yamamoto's leg technique was so fast that it formed a series of leg shadows in the air. Whoosh! Before the leg arrived, the wind arrived first. Chi Yao's black hair instantly fluttered. This ruthless kick was powerful and extremely fast. If an ordinary person was swept by it, their head would probably be separated from their body in an instant. But then again, Chi Yao was not an ordinary person. As the head of the 4 great guardians of the Simming Hall, his reputation was not undeserved. Now that his yin-yang dual birth technique had reached the small success stage, His cultivation was so high that even Yi Fan did not have absolute confidence in killing him at this moment. In the face of such a domineering and fierce attack, Qi Yao continued to raise his head and drink, as if he did not know the danger in front of him. When Qi Yamamoto's powerful leg swept to less than half a foot away from Qi Yao's ear, the corner of Qi Yao's mouth curled up into an evil smile. Buzz, as Qi Yao smiled like a ghost. Qi Yamamoto's sweeping leg instantly stopped in place and could no longer move forward. Seeing this, Qi Yamamoto's pupils instantly constricted. What a strong spiritual pressure. This meddlesome Tsuaming Hall trader actually had such a cultivation. Without moving at all, he could easily block his kick at such a close distance with just his spiritual pressure. One had to know that this kick of his carried a force of 500 kilograms. Even a stone lion that weighed 500 kilograms would be kicked away by him. But now this powerful kick of his was actually unable to move forward at all. This was something that he had never encountered since he became famous. Before he came to the Great Ming Dynasty, his master, Koizumi Yuji, had warned him that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Central Plains, and that the spiritual energy cultivation method was unparalleled in the world. He had told him not to underestimate the spiritual energy experts in the Central Plains. At first, he did not care and thought that his master was boosting the morale of others and reducing his prestige. So what if they had spiritual energy cultivation? The Great Ming Dynasty had spiritual energy experts, but Japan had them too. However, when he saw Qi Yao's overbearing spiritual pressure with his own eyes, Qi Yamamoto understood that his master's words were not empty words. Buzz, just as Yamamoto was shocked by Qi Yao's overbearing spiritual pressure, the black-robed Qi Yao's eyes suddenly opened, and the black light appeared again. Yamamoto instantly felt an invisible force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas from Qi Yao's body. Thump, 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 thump. Chiyo Yamamoto's figure was suddenly pushed back by this force, and he retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row before stabilizing his body. Slap! Chiyo Yamamoto's last step back was filled with strength. He forcefully stomped a 3-inch deep footprint on the thick and sturdy floor. Chiyo, are you okay? Yu Hongji came to Chiyo Yamamoto's side and asked while looking at Chiyo with disgust. Although she didn't like Chiyo Yamamoto, it didn't mean that she wanted Chiyo Yamamoto to be injured. No matter what, Chiyo Yamamoto was still her junior brother and belonged to the same sect as her. And this Chiyo was a greedy and lecherous person. He had done all kinds of evil things. Chiyo Yamamoto stared at Chiyo while waving his hand at Akatsuki, indicating that he was fine. From the beginning to the end, Yi Fan had been drinking with his head down. He didn't pay attention to the two people's verbal sparring and fighting. Matsumoto Takeyoshi, on the other hand, leaned back lazily on the cushion behind him with interest. He drank leisurely as he watched the two of them fight with a smile on his face. Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't know how high Chiyo Yamamoto's cultivation was. He wanted to take this opportunity to test Chiyo Yamamoto's quality. The two people's fight didn't stop the dancers. They looked like dancers, but they were all ninjas. Moreover, they were all jonin. They were already used to this kind of fight at the banquet because they were good at assassination and sneak attacks. Moreover, Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't order them to stop the dance, so they naturally had to continue dancing. Some of the experts looked at the dancers, some looked at the fight, and some looked at the fight. Everyone had their own preferences. They weren't familiar with Chiyo at all, and they had just met Chiyo Yamamoto, so they naturally didn't mind watching the show. They didn't help either side and stayed out of it. Chiyo Yamamoto, let's go back. Akatsuki persuaded Chiyo Yamamoto. You go back first, I'll come later. Chiyo Yamamoto said to Akatsuki as he walked towards Chiyo again. Akatsuki frowned and didn't say anything. In Japan, the husband's status in the family was far higher than the wife. This custom was even more deeply rooted than the Great Ming Dynasty's concept of men being superior to women. Akatsuki's current identity was Chiyo Yamamoto's fiancé, so of course, she couldn't easily go against her fiancé's wishes. Bang! 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 Chiao Yamamoto walked very slowly, but with every step he took, a footprint that was several inches deep would appear under his feet. When the experts saw this, they were all shocked. One had to know that Chiao Yamamoto didn't use any spirit energy, nor did he use any magical techniques. In other words, this person could achieve such destructive power with just the strength of his physical body. After a few steps, Chiao Yamamoto once again arrived in front of Chiao. Come, come, come. This time, if you push me one step away from my original position, it'll be my loss. Chiao Yamamoto said coldly to Chiao. Wang, as Chiao Yamamoto spoke, a red light burst out from his body. What a strong spiritual pressure. All the experts were shocked. This Chiao Yamamoto didn't just have brute force. His spiritual energy cultivation was not inferior to any of the experts. Oh, is that true? Chiao slowly stood up from his seat, faced Chiao Yamamoto, and asked with a smile. Chiao Yamamoto, always keep my words. Chiao Yamamoto stared into Chiao's eyes and replied, Then I'll be rude. Chiao's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. Wang, as soon as Chiao's voice fell, a layer of dazzling black light shrouded his body. Black light soared into the sky like a black flame, burning fiercely. The two of them, one black and one red, stood face to face, and the atmosphere was tense. Just as the two were about to explode, Yi Fan, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth. Brother Yao, isn't it just a cup of wine? Is there a need to be so angry? Since he doesn't want to respect us, why do we have to force him? Yi Fan lowered his head to drink and said, If you want to drink, there's plenty here. Why ask for a snub and spoil the mood? Yi Fan was giving face to Akatsuki. In terms of spiritual chi cultivation, Chiao Yamamoto did have some ability, but he was far from being Chiao's opponent. Once the two fought, Chiao Yamamoto would definitely be at a disadvantage, and he might even be seriously injured. One had to know that the protagonist of this banquet was Chiao Yamamoto. If he lost face at this time, it would be difficult to end the matter. If Chiao Yamamoto lost the bet, how could Akatsuki, as his fiancée, have any face? How could she raise her head in front of the masters? Her husband was injured, so she naturally had to make a move on Chiao. Wouldn't it be a mess? Yi Fan hoped that Akatsuki could be happy, not in pain. Since he had made up his mind to draw a line with Akatsuki, why should he be upset over a cup of wine? Chiao frowned after hearing this and looked down at Yi Fan. Yi Fan poured himself a cup of wine as if there was no one around. After a long time, Chiao dispersed the black aura on her body and sat down next to Yi Fan. Seeing that Chiao dispersed her spiritual power, Chiao Yamamoto also dispersed his red spiritual power. In his opinion, Yi Fan didn't want Chiao to be hurt by him, so he dissuaded her. However, Akatsuki, who was standing on the side, knew very well that the reason Yi Fan did this was not to give face to Chiao Yamamoto, but completely for her sake. Buffon, Koen is still the most righteous, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said with a smile. Chiao, Koen, this is your fault. Everyone here is my distinguished guests, regardless of whether they are Japanese or Han. If you are so calculative, how can you achieve great things in the future? Didn't I tell you that if it weren't for Yi Fan Koen, Miss you wouldn't be standing in front of you now? We Japanese always know how to repay kindness. You shouldn't repay kindness with evil. Yamamoto understands. Yamamoto knows he was wrong. Chiao Yamamoto was embarrassed and hurriedly said after hearing Matsumoto Takeyoshi's words. He didn't expect Yi Fan's face to be so big that even Matsumoto Takeyoshi spoke up for him. Why aren't you apologizing to Buffon, Koen, and Chiao Koen? Matsumoto Takeyoshi smiled at Chiao Yamamoto. Matsumoto Takeyoshi said as he waved his hand. A servant immediately brought a pot of wine on a tray and brought it to Chiao Yamamoto. Since the two of them could not fight, Matsumoto Takeyoshi might as well go with the flow and turn this matter into a small one, and a small one into nothing. That way, he would even gain a favor from being magnanimous. Yes, Chiao Yamamoto nodded awkwardly. He picked up the wine pot from the tray and prepared to pour wine for the two of them. Chi Kun, I'll do it. Akatsuki took the wine pot from Chi Yamamoto's hand and said. Chi Yamamoto was stunned at first, then he felt relieved. Chi Kun, my husband drank too much just now and offended you verbally. You are a magnanimous person and forgive him this time. I apologize to you on his behalf. Akatsuki said as she knelt in front of Chi Yao and respectfully poured wine for Chi Yao. When Akatsuki said this, Chi Yao felt embarrassed. Miss you is too polite. I was also rude just now. Chi Yao said to Akatsuki and drank the wine in the cup. Bufan Kun, let me toast you. Akatsuki came in front of Yifan and said to Yifan, Madam, you don't have to be so polite. I could do it myself. Yifan stretched out his hand and blocked the wine cup on the table. He said without raising his head. The word madam from Yifan's mouth instantly tore Akatsuki's heart into pieces, dripping with blood. Akatsuki bit her lower lip and tried to stop herself from crying. Bufan Kun, what are you saying? We were once partners. Today, my husband spoke rudely and offended Bufan Kun. Please forgive him. Akatsuki endured the pain in her heart and said, If Bufan Kun doesn't let me pour wine, then Bufan Kun is looking down on me, Akatsuki. Akatsuki said and lowered her head. Yifan furrowed his brows and slowly removed his hand from the cup. Akatsuki began to pour wine for Yifan. I wish that Bufan Kun can reunite with his wife in the future and never be separated. Akatsuki said as she raised the wine cup and handed it to Yifan with both hands. In the process of handing the wine to Yifan, Akatsuki's hand trembled. She looked at Yifan with slightly red eyes. Yifan took the wine cup with both hands, but his eyes didn't look at Akatsuki at all. He wanted to look, but he didn't dare to. I also wish that Madam and Mr. Yamamoto will grow old together and be united forever, Yifan said as he raised his head and drank the sake. As Chi Yao spoke, he stood up from his seat with the delicate and beautiful dancer in his arms. Then, with a tap of his toes, his body instantly flew 3 feet above the ground and flew out of the hall. As soon as Chi Yao left, Yifan raised his head and asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi, Mr. Matsumoto, if he can have a dancer, can I have one too? Yifan's words stunned everyone present, including Matsumoto Takeyoshi. They were stunned. Akatsuki, who had already returned to his seat, couldn't believe his ears. Bufan Kun, you're not joking with me, right? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked Yifan in shock. What? Mr. Matsumoto can't bear to part with her? Yifan raised his glass and drank as he asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Bufan Kun, what are you saying? Matsumoto Takeyoshi said, As long as Sir wants, you can have all the dancers on the warship as you wish. Okay. Yifan put down his glass, then pointed one of the dancers with one hand and sucked in the air. Ah! The dancer let out a delicate cry and fluttered into Yifan's embrace. Everyone was stunned again. As for the dancer in Yifan's arms, her face turned red. She was both surprised and happy. Who was Yifan? He was a top expert who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the Devil King with a heaven-defying cultivation. Not only that, but he was also a handsome man who looked like Bufan. To be able to obtain his favor, even in her dreams, she would not be able to dream of it. Mr. Matsumoto, I'm going back to rest. Excuse me. Yifan, who was holding the dancer in his arms, said as he used his movement skills under everyone's shocked gazes. He left the ground and soared into the air. Since he had already hurt Akatsuki, he might as well break her heart completely. Chiao was right. To cut weeds, one had to dig up the roots. This principle also applied to the relationship between him and Akatsuki. After Yifan left, the experts woke up from their daze. This person was indeed the reincarnation of Eldritch. His temperament was strange and unpredictable. The leader of the 5 children, Chinmu Boy, and the man in blue, Sato Kawakai, felt their mouths go dry and their tongues go dry. Sato Kawakai kept swallowing his saliva, while Chinmu Boy kept drinking impatiently. They also wanted to ask Matsumoto Takeyoshi for a dancer, but they didn't dare to say it. The reason was simple. Their status was not as high as Chi Yao and Yi Fan's. Akatsuki, who was sitting in her seat, stared blankly. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Yi Fan actually took away a dancer right in front of her and went back to rest. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Akatsuki wouldn't have believed that this scene was real. Her eyes widened, and her face turned pale. Her hands, under the table, clenched her red clothes tightly. At this time, her heart felt like it was pierced by countless steel needles at the same time. Her heart was broken, and she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Come. Let's continue drinking. Matsumoto Takeyoshi raised his glass and said to the experts. The experts raised their glasses in response. The wine was drunk, the dance was danced, and the banquet continued. Hongji, what's wrong with you? Chiao Yamamoto saw Akatsuki's eyes were dull and her face was pale. He immediately asked with concern, I'm not feeling well. I want to go back and rest. Akatsuki said to Chiao Yamamoto, Then I'll go back with you. Chiao Yamamoto heard Akatsuki's words and immediately said with concern, No need. Akatsuki shook her head and said, This banquet was set up for you by Mr. Matsumoto. If you leave halfway, wouldn't it be rude? But you... Chiao Yamamoto frowned and said, I'm fine. I probably can't handle the alcohol. I'll go back and rest. Akatsuki said to Chiao Yamamoto, You don't have to worry about me. Stay here and accompany Mr. Matsumoto. Then you have a good rest. Chiao Yamamoto said. Akatsuki nodded and said, getting up from her seat. After nodding to Matsumoto Takeyoshi, Akatsuki slowly walked out of the cabin door. What happened to miss you? Matsumoto Takeyoshi saw Akatsuki leave and asked Chiao Yamamoto. Hongji is not feeling well. She went back to rest first. Chiao Yamamoto replied. Oh. Matsumoto Takeyoshi nodded. He knew in his heart that Akatsuki didn't go back to rest at all. She most likely went back to cry schwa. After leaving the hull of the battleship, Akatsuki immediately used a swift and fierce movement technique. She turned into a red shadow and flew straight to Yi Fan's boat. She didn't believe that Yi Fan would do such a dirty thing. She believed that Yi Fan was deliberately angering her. At this time, Akatsuki's spiritual energy cultivation was not what it used to be. In an instant, she came to the void directly above the boat. After hiding her breath, Akatsuki held her breath, used ninjutsu concealment technique, and quietly landed at the door of the cabin of the boat. She gently slid a gap in the cabin and looked inside. At first glance, Akatsuki's beautiful eyes suddenly widened in shock. At this time, Yi Fan was topless, hugging the dancer and rolling on the ground. After seeing this scene, Akatsuki immediately covered her mouth with her hand and withdrew her gaze. She pressed her back tightly against the wall of the cabin, her chest moving up and down. She was heartbroken. Her heart was in pain. She wanted to cry, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. Only tears silently fell from her beautiful eyes like a broken string of beads. Hearing the panting of the dancer, Akatsuki, who was outside the door, clenched her teeth and steeled her heart. She used ninjutsu to fly into the air and flew back to her cabin. She didn't want to stay here, not even for a moment. As soon as Akatsuki left, Yi Fan in the cabin immediately pushed away the dancer who was wrapped around him. Woo! The blushing dancer let out a moan and looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled face. She didn't know how she had offended the Devil King. Put on your clothes, Yi Fan said as he stood up. He picked up the clothes on the ground and threw them to the dancer. Then he slowly walked to the cabin door and looked outside. Yi, Mr. Yi, did I do something wrong? The gorgeous dancer sat there, covering her exposed body with clothes, and anxiously asked Yi Fan. You didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault, Yi Fan said calmly as he looked at the lights in Akatsuki's cabin. The dancer bit her lower lip and began to wear her clothes in silence. You will rest here tonight and return to the warship early tomorrow morning. Yi Fan turned his head and said to the dancer, If someone asks you in the future, you will say that you spent the whole night with me. Do you understand? The dancer nodded after listening. Remember, even if Matsumoto Takeyoshi asks you, you can't tell the truth. Otherwise, I will kill you, Yi-fan said to the dancer. I understand, the dancer said after putting on her clothes. Hundreds of ninjas have died in the hands of Yi-fan. The dancer firmly believed in Yi-fan's words. If Yi-fan wanted to kill her, it would be easier than crushing an ant. If you keep this a secret, I can consider unblocking your run and do meridians in the future to increase your cultivation. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't become my enemy. As Yi-fan spoke, he waved his hand at the black-robed man on the chair. Brush, the black robe disappeared out of thin air, and then it appeared on Yi-fan's body out of thin air. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will keep this a secret. The dancer knelt on the ground and said respectfully to Yi-fan, What is your name? Yi-fan asked. My name is Odo Ono. The dancer replied with her head down. Tomorrow, when you go back, tell Matsumoto Takeyoshi that I'm quite satisfied with you and that you'll stay here with me and take care of me. Yi-fan lowered his head and said to the dancer, From now on, you'll stay on the first floor and take care of my meals and lodging. Chapter 799. The next morning, Yi-fan deliberately slept in. This was the only way that others would believe that he had spent the night with the dancer. For the sake of realism, he prepared 2 pillows on the bed and asked for a few strands of hair from the dancer to be placed on the bedding. Looking at the wrinkled bedding and the strands of hair on the soft pillow, Yi-fan nodded. Everything seemed to be the case. Baihu, who was sleeping on the futon, tilted its head and looked at Yi-fan. It didn't know what Yi-fan was up to. It didn't go to the banquet with Yi-fan last night. Instead, it chose to sleep on the second floor of the cabin. After all, the East Sea was calm last night. It was the best place for it to sleep. Besides, it didn't like to see strangers, so it didn't know what happened at the banquet last night. As for Yi-fan and the dancer hugging and pretending to be intimate downstairs, it didn't know either. The reason was very simple. When Yi-fan deliberately made Akatsuki look at him, he had already set up a spirit energy barrier between the first and second floor. This way, even if there was thunder and lightning on the first floor of the cabin, Baihu wouldn't be able to hear anything from the second floor. After washing up, Yi-fan went downstairs. Baihu followed closely behind. What surprised him was that the dancer had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. She was kneeling quietly at the table, waiting for Yi-fan. The dancer was no longer wearing the revealing outfit from last night. Instead, she had changed into an elegant white dress. She looked slender and beautiful. Good morning, Mr. Yi. When the dancer who was kneeling on the floor saw Yi-fan coming downstairs, she immediately bowed towards Yi-fan and said, You don't have to be so polite to me in the future, understand? Yi-fan said to the dancer as he went downstairs. From an outsider's point of view, he and the dancer were already intimate. A man and a woman who had an intimate relationship would definitely not be so polite. The reason why Yi-fan said this to her was to make his act more convincing. Yes, the dancer replied. Baihu, who was following behind Yi-fan, was dumbfounded when she saw the white-clothed dancer and the sumptuous breakfast on the table. Who was this woman? Why was she here? What was the relationship between Yi-fan and her? What happened last night? What about Akatsuki? Wasn't she the one who delivered the food every day? Why didn't he come today? Countless questions appeared in Baihu's mind. Xiao Xiao, come and eat, Yi-fan said as he sat down. He took a plate of pastries and a plate of fruits and pushed it in front of Baihu. Woo! Baihu looked at Yi-fan in confusion and let out a fox cry. Hongji won't cook for us in the future. Yi-fan reached out and picked up a piece of exquisite sushi from the plate and threw it into his mouth. He said to Baihu, You saw it too. Her husband has already rushed over from Dongying to see her. We can't trouble her anymore. In the future, our meals will be taken care of by Ishii, and this he forgot the dancer's name and couldn't remember it at the moment. My name is Oda Ono. Please take care of me in the future, Sister Xiao Xiao, the dancer said in choppy Chinese and bowed deeply to Baihu. The dancer had heard about the Baihu by Yi-fan's side. It was said that Baihu had already cultivated into a human form. In order to save Yifan, she fell into a fox's body. Yifan's care and concern for her was not inferior to his wife, Fujiwara no Chiko. Yes, Oda Ono, Yifan said to Baihu. In the future, she will live on our ship and take care of our meals. What? Live on our ship? Baihu's eyes widened when she heard that. She turned her head to look at Yifan. All right, don't think so much. Eat. Yifan picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into Baihu's mouth. He understood Baihu's thoughts. Oda Ono grinned. In the future, learn to make some fancy pastries and Chinese food. I'm not used to donging food, Yifan said to Oda Ono as he drank tea. Yes, I will learn seriously. Oda Ono nodded and said, Have you eaten yet? Yifan asked. Not yet, Oda Ono replied. Then let's eat together, Yifan said as he pushed a plate of sushi in front of Oda Ono. No, Oda's status is lowly. How would I dare to eat with Mr. Yi? Oda Ono waved her hand and said, There is no difference in status with me. Eat, Yifan said calmly. Oda Ono pursed her lips and nodded. She carefully picked up a piece of sushi and took a small bite. Although she was a jounin, she was at most a high-ranking servant in Matsumoto Takeyoshi's place. Eating at the same table as her master was something she had never experienced before. Did you tell Matsumoto Takeyoshi what I told you last night? Yifan asked. I've already told the master what you've instructed me to do, Oda Ono replied. What did Matsumoto Takeyoshi say? Yifan asked again. My master asked me to serve you well, Oda Ono replied. Did he ask you to monitor me and report to him regularly? Yifan asked. No, Oda Ono replied. Well, you eat. I'll go to the deck. Yifan put down the teacup and stood up. He took Baihu out of the cabin and to the deck. Yifan believed Oda Ono's words. Matsumoto Takeyoshi wasn't stupid. He knew that this woman had no way to monitor him, or rather, she didn't have the ability to monitor him. As long as he wanted to, he could make this woman turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. At this time, the East Sea's sea wind whistled, and huge waves surged. It was magnificent and beautiful. Yifan breathed in the fresh air and stretched his arms and legs. At this time, Akatsuki, dressed in red, slid open the cabin door and walked out. In an instant, the two of them looked at each other. Akatsuki's eyes were red and swollen. Yifan felt a stab of pain in his heart. Obviously, Akatsuki had cried the whole night. When she flew towards Yifan's boat, Yifan had already noticed her arrival. With his current cultivation, even if Akatsuki hid her aura, he could still sense it clearly. In order to make Akatsuki give up on him, Yifan deliberately let her see the scene of him hugging the dancer intimately. The moment Akatsuki left the boat, Yifan felt Akatsuki's heart break and also heard the sound of Akatsuki's heart being torn apart. Seeing Yifan looking at her, Akatsuki lowered her head, avoiding Yifan's gaze, and hurriedly walked towards Matsumoto Takeyoshi's cabin. Shwa! Just as Yifan looked at Akatsuki, the black-robed Chi-Yao suddenly appeared beside Yifan and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yifan. Brother Yi, last night was a romantic night. I think it must have been endless fun, right? Chi-Yao turned her head to look at Yifan and said with a naughty smile, Brother Yao, you should be practicing in a gentle village. What are you doing here? Yifan looked at the wide sea with a smile and asked Chi-Yao, That beauty of mine practiced with me all night. She just fell asleep. Chi-Yao turned her head and said, I heard that brother Yi also got a beauty. Is this true? Whether it's true or not, can't you see for yourself? Yifan replied. After hearing this, Chi-Yao turned her body and looked at the cabin behind her. Her eyes narrowed. After a moment, Chi-Yao smiled. She had already sensed the dancer in Yifan's cabin. I didn't expect Brother Yi to be such a sentimental person. Chi-Yao turned around and said with a smile, I'll have to learn more from Brother Yao in the future. Yifan looked at Chi-Yao and replied with a smile. Ha ha! Chi-Yao was stunned at first, then she looked up and laughed. Whoosh, while the two were talking and laughing, Ishii, who was dressed in white, flew up from the opposite warship. He had a battle sword on his back and a white mask on his face. His feet stepped on the thick iron chain between the two warships as he quickly headed in their direction. It seems that something has happened, Qiao said to Yi Fan when she saw Ishii's rapid movement technique and the battle sword on his back. Usually, these ninjas would not use their movement technique so quickly, much less carry battle swords on their backs. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. Qiao was right. Something had indeed happened. Mr. Qiao. Ishii, who had a battle sword on his back, landed in front of the two of them and knelt on one knee. Why are you dressed like this? What happened? Yi Fan asked Ishii. Mr. Yi, we just received a secret report from the front line. 7 unknown warships have appeared in the sea 50 kilometers away from here. They are currently heading in this direction, Ishii said to Yi Fan with a serious expression. 7 warships? Yi Fan asked with a frown. Yes, Ishii replied. These 7 warships have strong ships and powerful cannons. Their combat strength is in no way inferior to Wuji. Mr. Matsumoto has already ordered everyone to be on alert. He also sent a subordinate to inform the two of you to quickly head to the meeting room for a discussion. We got it. You can go first, Qiao said to Ishii. Ishii nodded, turned around, and used his movement technique to fly away. What do you think of this matter? Qiao turned to ask Yi Fan. What else can I think of? They're definitely here from Matsumoto Takeyoshi, Yi Fan said to Qiao. Cut the crap. Let's go and take a look. Swoosh. As Yi Fan spoke, he picked up Baihu and disappeared into thin air. Hee, this is going to be interesting. Whoosh as Qiao spoke, her figure turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared into thin air. Swoosh. Yi Fan and Qiao appeared on the deck of the warship almost at the same time. At that moment, the sails of the warship were raised high. Rows of cannons extended from both sides of the warship. The black muzzles of the cannons were cold and merciless. On the deck of the ship, hundreds of ninjas all gathered together. They carried battle swords on their backs and had bandages wrapped around their heads. Hidden arrows were tied to their arms, and bulging bags of hidden weapons hung from their waists. It could be said that they were covered in thorns from head to toe. All the ninjas had resolute gazes as they remained silent. At that moment, other than the sound of the sails and the roar of the waves crashing against the warship, there was no other sound. The warship broke through the wind and waves, stirring up 1,000 piles of snow. The ninjas were filled with fighting spirit as they prepared to attack. A murderous aura filled the entire warship. Yi Fan and Qiao looked at each other, then quickly walked into the warship's meeting room. Chapter 800. When Yi Fan and Qiao arrived at the warship's meeting hall, the experts were already divided into 2 rows and gathered there. Everyone looked serious, as if they were facing a great enemy. Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned and lowered his head to think. The man in white still stood motionless behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi. His eyes were calm and empty. The atmosphere in the hall was very depressing, which had never happened since Yi Fan came to East Blue. Even when Yagyu Ryanosuke of ISC Grand Shrine came to capture Matsumoto Takeyoshi was not this anxious. Voila! After the two entered the meeting hall, the door was directly closed by the 2 ninjas guarding the door. Standing on the left side of Matsumoto Takeyoshi, Akatsuki glanced at Yi Fan with her beautiful eyes and immediately looked away. Bufon Kuin, Qiao. San, we were waiting for the 2 of you. Seeing the 2 appear, Matsumoto Takeyoshi looked up and said, Matsumoto, San, what happened? Qiao asked while walking with Yi Fan to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. This time we are in trouble, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said. Trouble? Qiao asked. Is it the 7 warships that are approaching us? Matsumoto Takeyoshi nodded slowly. It's just 7 warships. Matsumoto-san, you don't have to be so anxious, right? Qiao looked at Matsumoto Takeyoshi and asked puzzledly. Not to mention Matsumoto Takeyoshi's warship, there were more than a dozen top experts and hundreds of well-trained ninjas on the warship. Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't have to worry at all. Not to mention 7 warships. Even 17 warships wouldn't be enough for these experts to chop through. Mr. Qiao, you may not know this, but those 7 warships are no ordinary ships, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to Qiao. Not an ordinary ship? What do you mean? Chiao asked. Those are 7 underworld ghost ships. Matsumoto Takeyoshi said with a solemn expression. Underworld ghost ship? Chiao frowned. This name didn't sound like anything good. Netherworld ghost ship? Is it a pirate ship? Yifan asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Mr. Anamuki, you should explain this to them, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to Onajiro, who was standing not far away. Onajiro, dressed in a black robe, nodded at Matsumoto Takeyoshi and walked out of the formation. You two may not know this, but these 7 underworld ghost ships aren't simple pirate ships. Onajiro explained to the two. The things on these 7 ships aren't humans. Not humans? Yifan frowned and asked. Could they be ghosts? That's right, Onajiro said with a nod. Even if they're ghosts, there's no need to be so nervous, right? Chiao asked Onajiro. Among everyone here, there are many experts who can refine and control ghosts. These 7 ghost ships are like sheep in a tiger's den. Chiao was right. Among the experts here, there were indeed many experts who specialized in spirit techniques. There was Onajiro, who specialized in mysterious techniques. There was the blue-clothed man, Sato Kawachi, who specialized in spirit techniques. There was Fujita Tsuyoshi, who was born with yin-yang eyes and could see ghosts. There was also Kamehameha, who specialized in 5 elements techniques. These 4 people were all top experts in spirit techniques. This didn't even include the Japanese 5 disciples under the Japanese Ghost King, including Chinkong Iha. More than half of the experts here had the ability to exorcise ghosts and spirits. There was no need to worry about these 7 ghost ships. Mr. Chiao, you're wrong. Onajiro turned to Chiao and said, the things on these 7 ships aren't ordinary ghosts. They're thousands of years old water ghosts. Thousands of years old water ghosts. Tens of thousands? Chiao frowned and asked Onajiro, is that true? According to Japanese legends, these 7 ghost ships have existed since ancient times, Onajiro said. In ancient times, Japan was ruled by many warlords and ruled over an area. Every year, tens of thousands of people died in the sea battles. As a result, the small Japanese island was filled with countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits who died in the sea battles. These people were mostly samurai and were loyal when they were alive. They were filled with murderous intent. After they died, they naturally turned into vengeful spirits with murderous intent. The kings who ruled over an area took advantage of this and sent yin-yang masters to gather these vengeful spirits and refine them to form a ferocious ghost army. They massacred their opponents' living troops. The people of Japan who suffered from the war had to avoid being captured during the day and hide everywhere. At night, they had to prevent their souls from being taken away by the ferocious ghost army refined by the yin-yang masters to strengthen the army. However, Japan was only so big and there were so many factions. Where could the people hide, even if they wanted to? As time passed, the small land of Japan became a living hell. During the day, there were wars and corpses everywhere. At night, vengeful spirits ran rampant and demons danced wildly. Chiao frowned when he heard this. He had collected yin souls and yang souls before to raise his cultivation and cultivate the domineering yin arts. However, he only collected the souls of people who deserved to be killed on the Swimming Hall's mission list. He never took the souls of ordinary people. He still had his principles. The experts were silent and did not say a word. They were all Japanese and more or less knew about that dark history. It was said that yin-yang masters were the most popular profession at that time. Many of the yin-yang secret techniques were developed during that time. Yifan slowly shook his head when he heard this. As the saying goes, it's better to be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. That was absolutely right. The tragic situation of the people finally aroused the compassion of some knowledgeable people in the cultivation world. Onajiro continued. At that time, nearly 100 respected yin-yang masters, dharma monks, and yin refinement experts of various sects were gathered together to build 7 paper boats the size of a warship. Then, they densely wrote the soul, summoning incantations of various sects, and held a soul summoning ceremony for 7 days and 7 nights to summon all the vengeful spirits of Japan to these 7 spiritual boats. Qiao nodded when he heard this. He was extremely proficient in the art of ghost taming and refining. Using the soul summoning spiritual boats to absorb vengeful spirits was the safest and most peaceful method. This way, all the vengeful spirits could be gathered in one place without angering them. Usually, after a natural disaster or plague, the imperial court would order the Taoist sects to use this method to release the souls of those who died in vain. Could these 7 spiritual boats be the netherworld ghost boats that came later? Yifan frowned and asked Onajiro. That's right, Onajiro said with a solemn expression. On the last day of the 7-day spiritual conference, something happened. What happened? Yifan asked. The vengeful spirits went berserk, and the vengeful spirits lost control, Onajiro said in a low voice. How is that possible? Upon hearing Onajiro's words, Qiao immediately exclaimed in shock. The spiritual boat's method was peaceful, and the people who cast the spell were as many as 100 top-notch experts. How could there be a problem? The problem lies with the people who cast the spell. Onajiro raised his head and said to Qiao, among the hundreds of experts, there were yin-yang masters secretly planted by various forces. On the surface, they appear to be benevolent and worked hard to release the ghosts. However, in reality, they had tampered with the secret runes and charms on the spiritual boats. They had hidden evil spells that could forcibly control the vengeful spirits and the vengeful spirits. They wanted to obtain the vengeful spirits on the spiritual boats and use them for their own purposes? Qiao asked in shock after hearing this. Onajiro nodded. This bunch of trash, Qiao cursed. They don't even know how strong they are. How dare they act so recklessly and try to control the ghosts? The most important thing in releasing the vengeful spirits and the vengeful spirits is to calm their resentment and let them enter the cycle of reincarnation. Once they are angered, it will backfire. At that time, it will be impossible for them to summon the spirits again. You're right. They did underestimate the number of vengeful spirits, Onajiro said to Qiao. After the vengeful spirits and the vengeful spirits gathered on the spiritual boats realized that they had been deceived, they instantly went berserk. When the rest of the experts saw this, they immediately urged their magic power and prepared to seal all the vengeful spirits and the vengeful spirits on the spiritual boats. However, there were too many vengeful spirits. There are already tens of thousands of them. Coupled with the conflicting runes on the spiritual boats, a large number of vengeful spirits quickly tore a hole in the rune enchantment of the spiritual boats. They rushed out and killed all the experts present. Anamuki Lang's tone was very calm, but all the experts present were shaken to the core when they heard it. There were hundreds of experts. They died so tragically. After the souls of all the experts were forcibly extracted, these vengeful spirits and the vengeful spirits gathered on the spiritual boats again and drove the spiritual boats into the sea. Onajiro stared straight and said calmly, since then, these 7 netherworld ghost ships often appeared in the East China Sea. Rumor has it that anyone who sees these 7 ghost ships will be devoured by the tens of thousands of vengeful spirits on the ships and become one of them. Are these vengeful spirits really so powerful with a cultivation of 1,000 years? Qiao Yamamoto, who was next to Akatsuki, asked Onajiro. It has been more than 1,000 years since the incident. Moreover, they all died in naval battles. Their souls have long been integrated with the sea. As long as there is the sea, their souls will not be destroyed. So even if the sun is high in the sky now, they can still appear anywhere in the sea without fear, Onajiro replied. Qiao Yamamoto's face was full of bitterness, but he did not speak. Although his cultivation was not shallow, he was from the same sect as Akatsuki. He was very good at dealing with living things, but he was completely a layman when it came to incorporeal things like vengeful spirits and vengeful spirits. Qiao Yamamoto cursed his bad luck in his heart. It was not easy to catch up with a combat mission, but he could not help at all. He might even become a burden. This is not the most troublesome thing, Onijiro continued with a solemn face. The most troublesome thing is the souls of the 100 experts on the Netherworld ghost ships. They came out to save the people, but they were devoured by the vengeful spirits. The intensity of their resentment has long surpassed that of other ghosts by 100 times. In addition, they were top experts who were proficient in refining technique when they were alive. After 1,000 years, I'm afraid their cultivation is now close to the level of Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal? The experts frowned after hearing this. Chapter 801. Then how do we deal with them? After listening to Onijiro, Yi-Fan asked, So far, I don't know how to eliminate them. Onijiro frowned and said, Only by engaging them in close combat will we have a chance to find their weakness. Yi-Fan nodded. Mr. Matsumoto, what do you think? Chiao asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi. I would like to hear everyone's opinions. Matsumoto Takeyoshi looked at everyone in the meeting hall and said calmly, If you all have the will to fight, we will fight with all our might. They are powerful, but we are not to be trifled with. Of course, if you do not dare to fight, I will not force you. Before the 7 Netherworld ghost ships arrive, I will arrange for a fast ship to escort all of you to the safe sea. If we leave, what about you, Mr. Matsumoto? Chiao raised her eyebrows and asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Although I, Matsumoto, am not very capable, I will never be afraid of the smallest thing. I will never back down, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said sternly. Even if I am left with only one soldier, I will do my best to live and die with the Wuji. After the experts heard this, they looked at each other. Master, the scouts in front have reported that the 7 Netherworld ghost ships are extremely fast. They are less than 50 miles away from here. The voice of the gatekeeper ninja came from outside the cabin. Pass down my order. Tell all combat ninjas to prepare for battle. Matsumoto Takeyoshi ordered with a cold expression. Yes. The gatekeeper ninja responded and turned around to pass down the order. Everyone, time is of the essence. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Matsumoto Takeyoshi looked around at the experts and said, We're here to help Mr. Matsumoto, not to eat and drink for free. It's not the style of us, the 5 children of Japan, to flee before a battle. The green-eyed boy in a gray cloak spoke first. We, the 5 children, are willing to fight the enemy together with Mr. Matsumoto. Count me in, said the man in blue, Sato Kawaki. Damn it, I don't believe that a bunch of demons can do anything. I'll stay too, Fujita Takashi said slowly. Since I've already promised to help Mr. Matsumoto, I'll keep my word. Even if I die in battle, I'll have no regrets. Count me in, Kamehameha said with a smile. This old man has lived for more than half of his life, but I have never seen the legendary Netherworld ghost ship. This time, this old man wants to see for himself if they are as powerful as the legends say. Running away from a battle is not something a real man would do, Yokoyama Yugo said calmly. I won't leave either. I'll stay and help Mr. Matsumoto fight against the enemy. No matter what, I won't leave, Funakoshi Shinichi, who was wearing a large kimono and wooden clogs, said calmly. In life, the most important thing is to keep your word. Although I, Bamu Chanqing, don't have the ability to deal with demons and resentful ghosts, I still want to give them a try and see if it works, Bamu Chanqing, who was wearing a snow-white ninja outfit, said calmly. My wife and I are also willing to stay and do our best, Yamamoto Chiyao said solemnly. This time, I can see the legendary Netherworld ghost ship, and there are 7 of them. It's rare. I want to take this opportunity to study it, Onijiro said to Matsumoto Takeyoshi with a smile. What about Chiyao-san? Matsumoto Takeyoshi looked at Chiyao and asked. If I don't fight, I won't be able to live up to my nickname, Chiyao said with a smile. I'm the same as Onijiro-san. I'm very interested in the Japanese ship filled with 1,000-year-old ghosts. What about Buffon-san? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked Yi-Fan. Why? Does Mr. Matsumoto think that I'll avoid the battle? Yi-Fan asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi. In all of Yifan's actions, the word escape was never part of his style. All right, Matsumoto Takayoshi's spirits were lifted. Since all of you are so united, let's take on the 7 Netherworld ghost ships and fight them. Whoosh! The 2 rows of experts simultaneously faced Matsumoto Takayoshi. We're willing to listen to Sir's orders. The experts replied in unison. Matsumoto Takayoshi stood up from his seat and said loudly to the elites, "The Nether spirits are coming with a vengeance this time. I hope that all of you can temporarily put aside your misunderstandings and work together to fight against the enemy." Matsumoto Takayoshi stood up from his seat and said to the elites. Whoosh! The experts lowered their heads in unison. The meaning of Matsumoto Takayoshi's words was obvious. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The temperaments of these experts were completely different, so they gradually formed their own circles as they interacted with each other. Among them, some regretted that they had not met each other earlier and drank 1,000 cups of wine with close friends. Some disdained to meet each other and spoke more than half a word when they did not agree. Matsumoto Takayoshi was well aware of this. Now that the battle was imminent, they had to temporarily put aside their internal conflicts and work together to fight against the enemy. Only then would they be able to maximize the effectiveness of a team battle. For this team battle, I've already drawn up a battle plan based on everyone's cultivation. I hope that everyone will act accordingly, Matsumoto Takayoshi said to the experts. Whoosh! The experts raised their heads and listened attentively. Mr. Ichikaku, Matsumoto Takayoshi said loudly. Here, Shinkong Iha, who was wearing a white cloak, stepped out of the ranks. Mr. Anamo, Matsumoto Takayoshi said again. Here, Onajiro, who was wearing a black cloak, stepped out of the ranks. The 2 of you, Mr. Chiyao and Buffon, Kuin will form the first echelon and be responsible for the first wave of attacks. Think of a way to find out the characteristics and weaknesses of the Netherworld ghost ships. Matsumoto Takayoshi gave the first order. Among the experts, these 4 could be considered as the cornerstone. They were the experts among the experts and were extremely strong. Among the 4, Onajiro, Chiyao, and Shinkong Iha were all proficient in the art of destroying ghosts and spirits. Especially Shinkong Iha. This person's cultivation was extremely high. He was an all-rounder with his spiritual energy cultivation, supreme blade techniques, and overbearing special techniques. As for Yifan, there was no need to talk about him. He was the one who transcended the tribulation, the monarch of the demon realm, and the reincarnation of Eldritch. Any one of these 3 points was enough to show disdain and suppress all the heroes. Once the 4 of them worked together, their combat effectiveness and the power they released was unimaginable even for Matsumoto Takayoshi. Letting these 4 strongest experts be the vanguard of the first wave of attacks and the vanguard to find the weaknesses of the Netherworld ghost ships was the most suitable. Yes, Shinkong Iha and Onajiro glanced at Yifan and Chi Yao and replied in unison. After answering, Shinkong Iha nodded slightly at Yifan. Yifan returned the gesture. The 2 of them had fought briefly because of the green-eyed boy. Shinkong Iha had even injured his own meridians to seek Yifan's forgiveness. Even so, the 2 of them did not become enemies. In a way, the 2 of them even appreciated each other. Onajiro also nodded at Chiyao. Chiyao also returned the gesture. The 2 of them had one thing in common, and that was that they were both top experts in refining technique. One of them was a rising star in the Japanese martial arts world, while the other was the head of the Tsuiming Hall's Guardians. Both of them had ghostly aura and were peerless in their techniques. Mr. Sato, Mr. Fujita, Mr. Kamiho, Mr. Green-Eyed. Matsumoto Takayoshi called out again. Yes, the man in blue, Akira Sato, who was proficient in the Nether Spirit Slash, Tsuyoshi Fujita, who was born with yin-yang eyes, Kamehameha, who was proficient in the 5 elements technique, and the head of the 5 children, Green-Eyed Boy, walked out of the formation. The 4 of you have great combat strength, and you're proficient in the refining technique and destroying technique. You can form the second attack echelon Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to the four of them. When the first echelon finds the ghost's weakness, you'll be in charge of attacking with all your might. Yes, the four of them answered in unison. Akurasato gripped his battle sword tightly, looking excited. The missions he carried out recently were all about finding things. It was boring and uninteresting, and he had never fought with others to his heart's content. This time, when he encountered the nether ghouls with such outstanding combat strength, he naturally felt an indescribable excitement. His opponent was the nether spirit ship, and his strongest sword technique was the nether spirit slash. Using the nether spirit slash against the nether spirit ship was simply heaven's will. This time, it must be a fight to the death. Akurasato thought to himself. When he looked at the green-eyed boy, he was even more excited than Akurasato. His eyes were shining, and the corners of his mouth were curled into a smile. He was inexplicably excited. Ever since he came to the great Ming dynasty, bad luck seemed to have been following him. It was like a dogskin plaster that he could not shake off. First, he encountered the Five Elements Masters led by Jin-chan from the Pear Blossom Palace. Over there, he did not gain any advantage at all. After he arrived at Matsumoto Takeyoshi's place, he did not receive special attention from Matsumoto Takeyoshi, as he had expected. Among the masters, his status was neither high nor low. What made him most angry was that he had provoked Yi Fan's two ghost servants, which caused him to be brutally beaten up by Yi Fan. If his fifth brother, Qin Kong Iha, had not appeared to help him, he was afraid that his bones and tendons would have been broken. What made him even more depressed was that he had not had the chance to use his forbidden technique. Encountering the Netherworld ghost ship this time made him very excited. If the opponent was really as powerful as Onijiro had said, then his forbidden technique could be used justifiably. At that time, everyone would have a whole new level of respect for him. Fujita Takashi, who always did things flawlessly, and Kamehameha, who had experienced hundreds of battles, were calm. Both of them were mutant technique experts, and mutant technique experts had always been calm. This was because using mutant technique required a very strong and calm heart. Once there was a ripple in the heart, the power of the mutant technique would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the closer the battle was, the more they needed to calm their hearts. "Miss Haruko," Matsumoto Takeyoshi called out. "Here." Sakuragi Haruko, who was wearing a pink dress and had a beautiful face, walked out of the formation. She was ranked second among the 5 children of Japan. Her swordsmanship was outstanding, and her ability to control water was unparalleled. "Miss Haruko is good at controlling water. You can stay on the warship," Matsumoto Takeyoshi said. "That way, not only can you protect the warship, but you can also attack from a distance. You can attack and retreat, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." "Yes," Sakuragi Haruko replied. Qin Kong Iha looked at Sakuragi Haruko, his eyes full of tenderness. "The rest of you will form the 3rd attack echelon and wait for an opportunity to move. You will support the 1st and 2nd echelon at any time and join the battle," Matsumoto Takeyoshi continued. Chapter 802. Yamada-kun, take my sword of Kusanagi and pay close attention to the situation on the battlefield. Join the battle at any time and support the battle. After giving out the tasks to all the experts, Matsumoto Takeyoshi turned his head slightly and said to Shingo Yamada behind him. After hearing this, the experts were secretly shocked. They did not expect Matsumoto Takeyoshi to let his most trusted bodyguard, Shingo Yamada, join the battle. They also did not expect Matsumoto Takeyoshi to use one of the 3 divine weapons of Japan, the Sword of Kusanagi. After hearing the words Sword of Kusanagi, Chiyao's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. "Sir, I can join the battle team, but if I do that, who will be responsible for your safety?" Shingo Yamada, who was standing behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi, frowned and said. His priority was to protect Matsumoto Takeyoshi's safety. Once he joined the battle, no one could protect Matsumoto Takeyoshi's safety. The man in green had not fully recovered and could not take on this responsibility. Furthermore, the other experts had their own duties. This made it difficult for him. In front of the enemy, we should focus on the big picture. My safety will be temporarily put aside, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to Shingo Yamada, who was frowning. Don't worry, I have the Soul Congregation Cauldron to protect me. Nothing will happen to me. All right. Shingo Yamada hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Everyone, this is the first time we're going to fight as a team since we've gathered in EC. I hope that everyone can work together and use everything you've learned to fight the enemy together. Matsumoto Takeyoshi said as he bowed slightly to all the experts present. I'm counting on you. Whoosh. All the experts bowed to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. There is less than an hour before the battle with the Netherworld Ghost ship. Everyone, go back and prepare. Bring your weapons and treasures and prepare to fight. Matsumoto Takeyoshi gave the last order before the battle. Yes, all the experts said in unison and hurriedly left. Mr. Matsumoto, I hope you can protect Chico's true soul in the evil soul gathering cauldron. After the experts left, Yifan came before Matsumoto Takeyoshi and calmly said to Matsumoto Takeyoshi, the true soul of his beloved wife was still in the evil cauldron. He had to remind Matsumoto Takeyoshi of this. Don't worry, Buffon-kun. I will guarantee the safety of Miss Chico's soul. Matsumoto Takeyoshi said seriously to Yifan. The reason why Yifan was willing to risk his life for him was because of Fujiwara no Chico's soul that was trapped in the Soul Congregation Cauldron. Of course, he would protect this important bargaining chip. Otherwise, if something happened to Fujiwara no Chico's soul, Yifan would have to deal with him, not the Netherworld Ghost ship. Yifan nodded and quickly walked out of the meeting room and used his movement skill to fly to the boat. After reaching the berth cabin, Yifan closed the cabin door and took out the glowing sky demon order from his waist and gently tossed it into the air. Buzz! The sky demon order floated in the air as if it had a mind of its own and instantly emitted a blinding red light. Whoosh, as countless rays of red light poured down from the sky demon order. A dazzling and eye-catching red door appeared out of thin air. This red door was not anything else but the entrance to the sky demon order. After the red door appeared, Yifan, who was carrying the white fox in his arms, immediately stepped into it. Whoosh! The red door closed and the sky demon order disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yifan appeared in front of the Emerald Palace in the Sky Demon Order. Greetings, Demon King. After seeing Yifan, the two beautiful palace maids who were guarding in front of the Emerald Palace were shocked and immediately bowed to Yifan. Where's Emoji? Yifan asked the two palace maids. Replying to the Devil Monarch, Protector Yu is inside. Whoosh! Before the palace maids could finish their words, Yifan disappeared in an instant. The two palace maids looked at each other awkwardly. They wanted to tell Yifan that Emoji was currently bathing Whoosh. Yifan appeared in the room on the top floor of the Emerald Palace. The moment Yifan appeared, Emoji, who was bathing naked in the emerald bathtub, could not help but scream. Her scream echoed throughout the entire Emerald Palace. Yifan widened his eyes, and then his face turned red as he quickly turned around. Emoji, I didn't know you were bathing. I'm sorry. Yifan swallowed his saliva and stammered. Demon King? Emoji's voice was filled with shock as she looked at the man she had been thinking about day and night. Ever since Yifan left last time, she had been waiting for Yifan to come and see her. In the end, Yifan promised to come and see her again soon, but he was nowhere to be seen. She wanted to look for Yifan, but she could not do so. Firstly, Yifan was already the Demon King. As his subordinate, she could not disturb him. Secondly, she knew that Yifan was busy looking for the 9 cauldrons in the human world. Since he did not come to look for her, he must be busy with something. However, just as she was bathing and thinking about when Yifan would come to see her, Yifan appeared. When she was completely naked, splash, Emoji stood up from the jade bathtub and grabbed the white towel on the jade rack. She covered her body and stepped out of the bathtub. Greetings, Demon King. The barefooted UMOG said as she bowed to Yi Fan with his back facing her. This was the rule of the demon realm. There could not be any breach of etiquette. No need to be so polite, Yi Fan stammered. May I turn around? Yes, UMOG said with a red face. Yi Fan slowly turned around. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were. Yi Fan said awkwardly. It's okay. UMOG lowered her head and said softly, it's not like you haven't seen. In her previous life, Eldritch did not just see her. Hearing Emoji's words, Yi Fan was rendered speechless. His face reddened all the way to his neck. Yi Fan did not know what to say. Didn't you say I was your Demon King's wife? There's no harm in taking a look. Seeing Yi Fan's helpless expression, UMOG smiled. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly. You didn't come here in such a hurry to see me, right? The intelligent UMOG asked Yi Fan. I do have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Yi Fan went straight to the point. Tell me, what can I do to help? UMOG asked Yi Fan. I want you to help me take care of Xiao Zhao. Yi Fan said to UMOG. I have something important to do. Woo! Baihu, who was in his arms, immediately whimpered when she heard Yi Fan's words. Something important? UMOG frowned. That's right, Yi Fan nodded. It's safer with you. I'll be more at ease if I leave her with you. Is it something important or dangerous? Or is it something dangerous? Umoji asked as she stared at Yi Fan. With Yi Fan's cultivation level, taking care of a white fox was as easy as flipping his hand. Now that he wanted to hand the white fox over to her, he must have encountered something very dangerous. Moreover, it must be something extremely dangerous. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Yi Fan answered UMOG's question indirectly. What happened? UMOG asked Yi Fan anxiously. The more Yi Fan explained, the more she felt that something was amiss. Helpless, Yi Fan told UMOG the gist of what happened. You're the Demon King. Why didn't you mobilize the demon army to help? UMOG asked Yi Fan in confusion. With Yi Fan's authority as the Demon King, he could mobilize 100,000 demon army without consulting Demon Lord Tenmoni. With 100,000 demon army, it would not be a problem to fight against the ghosts on the 7 Nether Ghost ships. This is a matter of the human realm. Why are you dragging the demon realm into this? Yi Fan said to the beautiful UMOG. 100,000 demon army entering the human realm is no small matter. If we attract the attention of the 3 realms, wouldn't I be condemned for eternity? Speaking of which, this is Matsumoto Takeyoshi's matter. I'm just helping him. As long as I can protect Matsumoto Takeyoshi and the evil cauldron, everything else has nothing to do with me. UMOG nodded. Yi Fan's words made sense. What about that Japanese girl called Akatsuki? Doesn't she often take care of Xiao Zhao for you? UMOG asked. This is a large-scale battle. Even Matsumoto Takeyoshi's personal bodyguard has to participate in the battle, let alone her, Yi Fan said. If that's the case, then hand Xiao Zhao to me, UMOG said to Yi Fan. Be careful. Don't worry. I'll be fine, Yi Fan said as he handed Baihu to UMOG. Xiao Zhao, listen to Sister MOG here. I'll be back soon, Yi Fan said gently as he caressed Baihu in UMOG's arms. Baihu nodded obediently. MOG, Xiao Zhao, time is of the essence. I'll be leaving first, Yi Fan said to the woman and fox. Then, with a flash of light, his body disappeared into thin air. Whoosh, the red door of light appeared in the cabin again. Yi Fan, dressed in a black robe, walked out from it. Zhang Gong, wide, show yourself quickly, Yi Fan said as he closed the red door of light and put away the sky demon token. Whoosh, 2 black lights came out of the Yin Yang Go seal in Yi Fan's arms and slowly landed on the ground. After the light faded, Zhang Gong and Wide appeared in their ghost forms, one in green and one in white. Zhang Gong, Wide, greetings, sir. The 2 ghosts bowed to Yi Fan. After an hour, there will be an intense battle. I have something for the 2 of you to do, Yi Fan said to the 2 ghosts with a frown. An intense battle? The 2 ghosts looked at each other and asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan told the two ghosts the matter. "Don't worry, sir. We'll do our best to help you," the two ghosts said to Yi Fan. The two ghosts thought that Yi Fan wanted them to help him deal with the nether ghosts. "I don't need you to participate in the battle. I just need you to protect someone in the dark," Yi Fan said to the two ghosts. "Protect someone? Who?" The two ghosts asked Yi Fan in confusion. Chapter 803. After instructing the two demons, Yi Fan used his movement skill and flew in the direction of the warship once again. At this time, almost all the combat personnel on the deck of the warship had arrived. Matsumoto Takeyoshi stood at the bow of the ship, holding a telescope in his hand as he looked toward the distant sea. Behind him, more than a dozen experts were lined up in a row, each holding a weapon, ready to attack. The sea breeze blew, and the battle robes of the experts fluttered in the wind, flapping loudly. Hundreds of ninjas stood behind the experts in silence. They had swords at their waists, hidden weapons on their bodies, and strong bows on their backs. They were fully armed, and as long as Matsumoto Takeyoshi gave the order, they would swarm forward. Whoosh! Yi Fan's figure appeared on the deck out of thin air. He slowly walked to the front of the formation and stood beside Chi Yao. Clatter! Following the sound of chains, Yi Fan's small boat was quickly retracted into the huge gap at the rear of the warship, merging with the warship. These two warships were originally a mothership. Now that the battle was imminent, the warship would definitely have to make all kinds of large movements, so it was necessary to retract the small boat to prevent the warship's movements from being affected. Chi Yao, who was standing beside Yi Fan, turned around and whispered to Yi Fan, "What took you so long?" "I made some arrangements," Yi Fan replied calmly. Akatsuki, who was in the formation, glanced at Yi Fan but did not say anything. She knew that Yi Fan must have arranged for Baihu to go. If she guessed correctly, Baihu should have been arranged by Yi Fan to go to the demon realm. Chi Yao did not say anything after hearing this. Whoosh! Just as the experts were waiting for the 7 netherworld ghost ships to appear, a thick fog suddenly filled the sea. The fog was pure white and extremely thick, and it surged toward the warship from all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. The sky, which was originally scorching hot, was suddenly filled with dark clouds. All the experts were well aware of the sudden change in the weather. How could there be fog coming from all directions towards one place? "He's here," Chi Yao said expressionlessly. Matsumoto Takeyoshi slowly put down the binoculars in his hand, turned his head, and said to the experts, "Work together to set up a barrier to block the fog." After the experts heard this, they immediately used what they had learned and prepared to work together to set up a barrier. "Everyone, there's no need to waste your spiritual energy to set up a barrier," Yi Fan said. "I'll disperse the fog." Shwa! As Yi Fan spoke, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared in the air above the warship. All the experts looked up. Yi Fan, who was in midair, stabilized his body and extended one of his hands into the air. Clang! Along with the roars of tigers and dragons, a divine weapon glowing with red light and rising heat appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Chiao Yamamoto, who was standing next to Akatsuki, saw this and exclaimed, "The departing fire sword." He had long heard of the departing fire sword of the Fire Sovereign and had always wanted it. But wasn't this divine weapon in the hands of the veteran of the Japanese martial arts world, Hattori Chikiseo? How did it end up in his hands? Chiao Yamamoto was shocked, but his heart was full of doubts. Just as he was puzzled, Yi Fan began to make his move. Hovering in midair, he pointed the tip of his sword at the white fog opposite him. At the same time, with a thought, he activated his spiritual energy. Buzz, the departing fire sword glowed red, and its spiritual pressure skyrocketed. Shwa! A fiery light column nearly 100 feet long gushed out from the departing fire sword and shot straight toward the thick white fog that was approaching. The fiery light column was 3 feet thick and glowed with a dazzling red light. It was a spectacular sight. It was so bright that the sky and sea were instantly illuminated with a red glow. The fiery light column was extremely fast, and arrived in the blink of an eye, rushing into the rapidly approaching fog. After the thick white fog was rushed into by the fiery light column from the departing fire's sword, it instantly made a sizzling sound and quickly dissipated. The heat of the departing fire's sword burned the thick fog directly. Schwa, with the departing fire sword in his hand, Yi Fan turned his body and slowly made a circle. Wherever the red light column passed, the thick fog dissipated and turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the thick fog that was still surging forward was directly eliminated by Yi Fan's powerful move. All the experts were shocked by Yi Fan's cultivation. Compared to when he first came to Donghai, Yi Fan's cultivation had undergone an earth-shattering change. It was completely different from before. Qiao Yamamoto's mouth was half open, and he was stunned. To be able to make such an overbearing move and easily push a distance of a few hundred feet, Yi Fan's spiritual power had far exceeded his expectations. He knew in his heart that Yi Fan's move was not just because of the power of the departing fire sword. No matter how powerful a divine weapon was, without a compatible owner, it would still not be able to unleash its full power. Yi Fan, who was in midair, withdrew his departing fire sword and slowly landed beside Qiao. Qiao turned to look at Yi Fan and gently clapped her hands as she smiled at Yi Fan. Brother Ye's move is really powerful. It can be said to be earth-shattering, and it can make ghosts and gods cry. Yi Fan smiled and replied, I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Yao. Phew, just as the two of them were chatting and laughing, on the sea opposite the battleship, 7 huge battleships slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When they saw the 7 legendary Netherworld ghost ships, all the experts present sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. He was extremely shocked. The 7 ghost ships were extremely huge. Matsumoto Takayoshi's Wuji was already huge, but compared to the ghost ships opposite them, it was like a small child in the presence of an adult. What shocked the experts was not the size of the ships, but the shape of the 7 ships, as well as the dense in-chi and powerful spiritual pressure that they emitted. The 7 ghost ships were completely white in color. The materials used to make the ghost ships were not wood or iron, but were completely pieced together with eerie white bones. The masts of the ghost ships were made from a huge whale spine, and the decks were made from countless human ribs. The entire hull was inlaid with countless large and small skulls. What was even more chilling was that countless ghostly blue flames were spewing out from the densely packed skulls that were inlaid on the ship's hull. On the decks of the 7 ghost ships, countless streams of black gas were crazily moving back and forth, making whooshing noises. The 7 Netherworld ghost ships exuded an aura that was enough to make one's hair stand on end. The eerie blue, ghostly flames, the tyrannical spiritual pressure, and the terrifying ghostly aura emitted by the 7 Netherworld ghost ships caused one's hair to stand on end. Mr. Matsumoto, we can move now. Seeing the appearance of the 7 ghost ships, Onijiro, who was dressed in a black robe, spoke to Matsumoto Takayoshi. As the saying went, the one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes last suffers. While the 7 Netherworld ghost ships were still hundreds of miles away, they could take the opportunity to attack the ships and find out their weakness. The first echelon can move now, Matsumoto Takayoshi said to Onijiro and the rest. You must be careful. Once you find their weakness, immediately send us a signal. Onijiro nodded. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yi Fan, Onijiro, Qiao, and Chinkong Iha. The 4 of them instantly turned into 4 streaks of light, 2 white and 2 black, and soared into the sky, rushing towards the 7 Netherworld ghost ships. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Looking at the 4 streaks of light in the distance, Matsumoto Takayoshi's expression became serious. These 4 were the core of the expert's strength, and he had high hopes for them. Seeing the most dazzling white streak of light in the front, Akatsuki, who was standing in the group of experts, couldn't help but secretly sweat. Even though Yi Fan had severely hurt her, in her heart, there was only Yi Fan alone. The second echelon, get ready to support the first echelon at any time, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to Ching-Mu Boy and the rest. Yes, the second echelon's experts replied in unison. In midair, 2 white streaks of light and 2 black streaks of light rushed forward. Brother Yi, Mr. Ichiwa, Mr. Chiao, I suggest that we attack from a distance and focus on the middle netherworld ghost ship. Let's see the results first, then we'll decide what to do. What do you think? Onijiro asked the 3 people beside him as they flew at high speed. According to common sense, among the 7 netherworld ghost ships, the one in the middle should be the leader of the netherworld ghost ships. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. As long as they could destroy the flagship, the other 6 would be easy to deal with. It was because of this that Onijiro wanted to start with the flagship. We could try this method. Chi Yao was the first to speak. I think it's feasible. Shinkong Iha, who was wearing a white battle robe, said calmly. I agree too, Yifan replied. By focusing all of their strength on the flagship, not only could they destroy the enemy's core, but they could also find the enemy's weakness. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, by attacking from a distance, they could leave some time for a second attack. It was the safest method. All right, since that's the case, I'll count to 3. After 3 counts, we'll attack together and attack the enemy's flagship. Onijiro said. The 3 of them nodded in agreement. 1. Onijiro counted. The 4 of them began to gather their strength. Buzz, a black flame suddenly rose from Chi Yao's body. The black flame rose to the sky, and the energy rose. Whoosh! Onamiki's eyes instantly turned completely green, and the green light around his body surged, and the flames of light flickered. Whoosh! The expressionless Chinkong Iha flung the white cloak behind him, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in a dazzling white flame. The flame was as white as snow, and it was dazzling. Yifan, on the other hand, activated the power of the heavenly demon. Buzz, the red light around Yifan's body intensified, and the flames were as red as blood. 2. Onijiro narrowed his eyes and counted to the second number. Tung. The flames on the 4 of them instantly intensified, and their spiritual pressure increased tremendously. White, green, black, red. The 4 flames were so powerful that the dark clouds above their heads were instantly illuminated. Chapter 804. As soon as Onijiro uttered the word 3, the 4 of them made their moves at the same time. Chi Yao's long hair fluttered in the air as he was enveloped by the black flames. Then he made a hand sign with his right hand and pointed at the flagship in the middle of the 7 netherworld ghost ships. Tyrant Enarts, the black light enveloping the Chi Yao, spoke in a sinister voice. Swoosh! As soon as Chi Yao finished his sentence, a glowing talisman shot out from his hand sign and headed straight for the flagship. The glowing talisman was huge. It was 7 feet wide and 10 feet tall. It was surrounded by spiritual chi and shone brightly. The pattern on the talisman was similar to that of a Taoist talisman. The strokes were like dragons and snakes. Buffon's aura was similar to that of a Taoist talisman. However, unlike the Taoist talisman, the light it emitted was not golden, but a dazzling black light. As soon as Chi Yao made his move, Onijiro also made his move. In the green flames, Onijiro's mouth curved into a smile. Then he bent his right hand into a claw and pointed it at the flagship. Netherworld Ghost Claw. Onijiro shouted in a low voice. Whoosh! A huge green claw appeared out of nowhere in Onijiro's hand. Onijiro's glowing claw was shockingly huge. The glowing claw was 3 feet long and 10 feet wide. It was surrounded by a green glow and was extremely dazzling. What was even more incredible was that the glowing green claw was not in the shape of a human hand. It had long, slender fingers, high knuckles, and 3 feet long, curved and sharp green claws. It looked like a devil's claw that had come out from hell. Netherworld Ghost Claw. It lived up to its name. Slap. Chinkong Iha, who was enveloped in the white flames, put his palms together. Swoosh, as Crane in the clear sky put his palms together, countless gigantic white birds of light surged out from the dazzling flames that soared into the sky. The glowing birds were about 1 foot long and were completely formed by Chinkong Iha's pure spiritual energy. There were more than 1,000 of them. After these white birds flew out of the flames, they began to circle around Chinkong Iha. It was a spectacular sight. 1,000 birds returned to the nest. Chinkong Iha said calmly, "Swish, swish, swish." Just as Chinkong Iha finished speaking, the hundreds and thousands of white spiritual energy birds of light instantly changed directions and flew toward the Netherworld ghost ship's flagship. The speed of the light birds could be said to be as fast as lightning. From afar, the flock of light birds looked like a dazzling band of white light as they charged towards the other party. Good move. Chiao glanced at Chinkong Iha and was secretly amazed. This Chinkong Iha was indeed an expert among experts to be able to transform his spiritual energy into hundreds and thousands of birds and even control them at will. He looked at Yi Fan again. He stretched out his arms, palms facing each other, making an exaggerated hugging gesture. In the space opposite the center of his palm, a huge red ball of light had already taken shape. The ball of light was close to 5 feet in size. The red light burst out and was extremely dazzling as it spun continuously. Its size was almost twice the size of Onagiro's Netherworld Ghost Claw. Yi Fan's figure appeared extremely small in front of such a huge ball of light. Buzz, buzz, buzz above the red ball of light, a few black streaks of lightning were crazily swimming around, making sizzling sounds. The red ball of light was formed by Yi Fan using the heavenly demon's power, and the black streaks of lightning swimming around it were the heavenly demon spirits that he obtained from the fire meteor. The combination of the heavenly demon's power and the heavenly demon spirits was definitely enough to make the Netherworld ghost ship suffer. Demonic demon's power. After combining the two great spiritual energies, Yi Fan suddenly pushed the huge ball of light in his arms and shouted in a low voice. Boom! The huge ball of light had a long tail, and like a meteor falling from the sky, it rushed toward the Netherworld ghost ship's flagship. Whoosh! 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 Red, green, black, white. 4 great techniques were launched at the same time, piercing through the void and shooting toward the Netherworld ghost ship's flagship. The dark clouds in the sky were illuminated by the dazzling lights released by the 4 techniques, and the scene was extremely beautiful. After the 4 of them launched their techniques, the 7 Netherworld ghost ships seemed to have sensed that their opponents were not friendly, and they gathered their strength to attack the flagship, preparing to destroy it one by one. In a flash, the 7 Netherworld ghost ships began to counterattack. Boom! 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 7 huge black balls of light were launched from the huge cannons on the bows of the 7 Netherworld ghost ships, aiming at the 4 techniques that were launched by the 4 of them. Each of the black balls of light was 1 zhang in size, and the tail of the light was several feet long. Woo! Woo! Woo from the black balls of light. The low roars of countless ghosts could be heard. Seeing this, Chiao immediately exclaimed in shock, "100 ghosts, gather spirit." Although the 7 black balls of light looked ordinary, there was actually a lot of mystery behind them. In each of the black balls of light, there were hundreds of souls. He knew better than anyone else how powerful the souls were. It was no wonder that the Netherworld ghost ships could run rampant for thousands of years. They used the souls of living people as a means of attack, so of course they had nothing to fear. When Onagiro and Chinkong Iha saw this, they frowned slightly. The 2 of them were also spirit experts, so they naturally knew the power of the souls. Withdraw your techniques behind my Tyrant spell talisman. I will block the power of the soul. At this critical moment, Chiao shouted at the 3 of them. Rather than the 4 of them being damaged together, he would rather use the Tyrant spell talisman to block the souls of the other party. This way, even if his techniques would be destroyed by the souls of the other party, he could ensure that the techniques of the other 3 would not be damaged. Hearing Qi Yao's words, the other three looked at each other and nodded. Qi Yao's idea was indeed a good idea. The three of them began to use their telekinesis to control the speed of their techniques, and they lined up behind Qi Yao's black talisman. Among the four great techniques, Demon Qi's black light talisman was at the forefront, followed closely by Ghost Wood's 9 Serenity's Ghost Claw. After the 9 Serenity's Ghost Claw was Crane in the clear skies, 1,000 birds returned to nest. Yifan's Devilish Force was at the end. The four techniques lined up in a row and rushed forward rapidly. In a flash, the 7 black balls of light shot out by the Netherworld ghost ship met Qi Yao's Tyrant Spell talisman in the air. Boom! 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 The 7 balls of light gathered in one place and heavily bombarded Qi Yao's Tyrant Spell talisman. Black light splattered in all directions, and Qi burst out. The black talisman, with flowing black light, forcibly blocked the souls of the other party. Bang! When the two sides collided, a huge black shockwave appeared out of thin air and spread out at high speed. The shockwave was so strong that it created a huge circular hole in the dark clouds above. Woo, ouch, ugh. Countless souls of Yin and Yang in the black balls of light were instantly torn apart by the huge shockwave, and they screamed in agony. Qi Yao's black talisman was also pure Yin, and it was extremely powerful. When the two of them collided, neither of them gained any advantage. At the same time, Qi Yao's black talisman was also shattered, and its brilliance was gone. Everything was as Qi Yao had expected. His opponent's soul force was on par with his Tyrantine art, and their power was on par. Next, it was up to the three of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Onagiro 9 Nether Ghost Claw instantly broke through Qi Yao's black talisman and whizzed out. Qin Kong Yi has 1,000 birds homing, and Yifan's Devilish Force followed closely behind. The three techniques were unharmed, and they continued to attack the ghost ship. Boom! With a loud explosion, Onagiro 9 Nether Ghost Claw heavily hit the ghost ship. Bang! The huge green ghost claw instantly shattered the huge cannon at the bow of the ship along with countless swirling black gas. Onagiro's move was too overbearing. After completely crushing the black gas and the huge cannon, its strength and speed did not decrease, and it directly rushed into the deck of the ghost ship. Boom! As the ghost ship's flagship came to a heavy stop, Onagiro 9 Nether Ghost Claw dug out a huge hole of several feet in size on the pale, white bone deck. Broken bones suddenly fell from the sky like rain. In the midst of the bone rain, Qin Kong Yi's 1,000 birds homing followed closely behind. Boom! 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 Hundreds and thousands of white spiritual power birds bombarded the ghost ship. They passed through the large number of gaps created by Onagiro 9 Nether Ghost Claw, and through the gaps in the white bone holes, they madly poured in and then exploded. One could only hear the dense sound of explosions ringing out continuously. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the ghost ship's white bones splattered everywhere, and the bone sails collapsed. The entire ghost ship was severely damaged. When Qin Kong Yi's 1,000 birds homing was coming to an end, Yifan's huge spiritual power ball smashed down heavily. Boom! Yifan's spiritual power ball spun and rushed into the shattered ghost ship's flagship. Bang! Bang! Wherever the light ball passed, the ghost ship's flagship disintegrated into pieces. When it rushed to the center of the ghost ship's hull, the spiritual power ball instantly exploded. Yifan had purposely used his telekinesis to delay the explosion of the spirit energy light ball. That way, the spirit energy light ball would explode right in the middle of the ghost ship, which would deal the greatest damage to the ghost ship. Boom! Countless red beams shot out from the inside of the ghost ship. The entire ghost ship turned from pale white to blood red. Splash! Amidst the bone rain, the ghost ship's flagship was torn apart. Gurgle! The entire ghost ship could no longer hold on, and it sank to the bottom of the sea while bubbling. The surface of the sea was filled with countless eerie broken bones. Nice! On the deck of Wuji, Matsumoto Takeyoshi cheered loudly as he observed the battle through his binoculars. The four of them were indeed top-notch experts. With just one move, they had completely sunk the ghost ship's flagship. Looking at the ghost ship that had already sunk to the bottom of the sea, the experts widened their eyes in disbelief. These four people's moves were too powerful. They were so powerful that it was unimaginable. Chi Yao's light talisman could block the soul power of 7 ghost ships at the same time. Onigairo's green light claws instantly tore apart the ghosts on the flagship, severely damaging the ghost ship. Shinkong Iha's thousand birds homing was even more impressive. The strength of its spirit energy, the wonders of its moves, the majesty of its aura, and the domineering power was something no one had ever seen or heard of before. No wonder Matsumoto Takeyoshi would let Shinkong Iha carry out a secret mission alone. He really lived up to his reputation. What everyone found the most unbelievable was Yi Fan's spirit energy ball. They had never seen such domineering spirit energy before. It was like a shooting star, comparable to a celestial phenomenon. Yamamoto Chiodo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and could not recover for a long time. He was very glad that he did not fight with Chi Yao at the banquet. He was even more glad that Yi Fan had stopped Chi Yao in time. If Yi Fan had not stopped Chi Yao back then, he would not be able to stand here and watch the battle now. Although Matsumoto Takeyoshi was happy, the four people floating in the air were not happy at all. Chapter 805. Whoosh! The whirlpool on the surface of the sea was getting bigger and bigger, and it was spinning faster and faster. Finally, it formed a huge black hole. The white bone fragments floating on the surface of the sea were driven by the power of the whirlpool. They spun crazily and were quickly sucked into the black hole. After seeing this situation, the four people floating in the air suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Chiao narrowed her eyes and frowned. Onigiro looked grave and serious. Shinkong Iha raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yi Fan focused his vision and looked underwater. Buzz, 2 red light beams shot out from Yi Fan's eyes and went straight into the sea. Although he was not as proficient in the art of ghost spirits as the other 3, Onigiro and the rest could not compare to him in terms of 5 senses. This was the difference between those who had passed the heavenly tribulation and those who had not. Swoosh! The red light beams went straight into the sea and penetrated 1,000 feet below. However, when he saw the shocking scene under the water, Yi Fan's pupils shrank and his face changed. Swoosh! Yi Fan retracted the 2 red lights from his eyes, and his face was gloomy. Bufan Kuin, what's wrong? Onigiro saw that Yi Fan's expression was not right and asked immediately. Chiao also felt that something was wrong with Yi Fan and asked Yi Fan with a frown, "Brother Yi, what did you see?" Shinkong Iha turned to look at Yi Fan with concern. In terms of cultivation, Yi Fan was the highest among the 4 of them. If even he was so shocked, it was obvious that what was happening under the sea was unbelievable. The ghost ship is being reassembled at the bottom of the sea. Yi Fan turned to look at the 3 of them and said. When Yi Fan said that, Onigiro and the rest widened their eyes in shock. The ghost ship that the 4 of them had destroyed was being reassembled at the bottom of the sea. This was unbelievable. Whoosh! Just as the 4 of them were shocked, the whirlpool on the surface of the sea expanded rapidly. In the middle of the whirlpool, a huge white bone mast was rising slowly. Under the sea, the shadow of a huge white ship was rising. The ghost ship had been reassembled. How is this possible? Chiao was flabbergasted when he saw this and exclaimed. Even Shinkong Iha, who had always been calm, was frowning and shocked. The rumors are right. As long as the sea exists, they are immortal, Onigiro murmured as he looked at the huge white bone sail rising from the whirlpool. Swoosh, as a large amount of seawater surged out. The huge ghost ship whizzed out of the seawater. The ghost flagship was the same as before it was sunk. It was as good as new and even looked brand new. Nanny, on the deck of Buji, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who was holding a pair of binoculars, shouted. The reappearance of the ghost ship startled him so much that he almost dropped the binoculars in his hands. This was completely of the world. When the experts saw this strange situation, they were also shocked and lamented that it had never happened before. The ghost ship that had been smashed into white bone fragments by the four masters could be completely restored. Baka, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who had recovered from his shock, gritted his teeth and cursed in Japanese. The other party had an immortal body. This way, even if they destroyed it thousands of times, it would be useless. Matsumoto Takeyoshi had heard of the ghost ship's power, but he did not expect them to have such an overwhelming advantage. Woo! Woo! Countless black gas appeared on the ghost ship's deck again, moving back and forth crazily, making a horrifying whimpering sound. Looking at the ghost ship that had been restored dozens of miles away, Yi Fan turned to ask Onijiro, "What should we do next? Since spiritual power attacks won't work, we'll attack with fire." Onijiro said firmly, "Okay, we'll attack with fire." Chiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Burn all the bones. Let's see how they reassemble. Then let's begin." Chinkong Iha said to the three of them. Yi Fan nodded after hearing that. Obviously, he was not the only one who knew how to set fire. From the three's tone, he could tell that they knew how to set fire as well, and they should be good at it. After reaching an agreement, the four of them began to attack. Chi Yao was the first to attack. He formed a sword with his right hand and slowly drew in the air in front of him. Whoosh, wherever Chi Yao's finger passed, flaming rays of light floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, a huge yin character formed by flames appeared out of thin air. The yin character was more than 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide. It was surrounded by raging flames and had a domineering aura. In terms of mutant technique cultivation, the Chi Yao was an expert, and an expert among experts. Apart from women, his biggest hobby was to collect all kinds of evil and domineering secret arts. When he was a guardian in the swimming hall, he took the opportunity to go out and carry out missions to collect secret arts and secret arts. Every time he killed an expert, he would absorb the opponent's spiritual power and soul power into his body. Then he would go back and study the opponent's moves, extracting the essence and discarding the impurities. As time passed, his spiritual power became strong and domineering. His cultivation of secret arts was also extensive and profound, involving all kinds of arts. This included the 5 elements escape method, the power of water and fire. This raging inferno flame formula was something he had obtained from an expert who specialized in fire attacks. Originally, this move was just an ordinary flame. However, after Chi Yao added spiritual power to refine it and continuously improved it, the whole move had undergone an earth-shattering change. Its power had increased by more than 10 times, and it could even burn ghosts. When Chi Yao condensed the flames, Onijiro also began to perform his moves. He stretched out his hand and bent his fingers into a claw. Tung! A ball of dark green flame was suspended in the middle of his palm. The flame was the size of a fist, and it was bright and dazzling. It illuminated Onijiro's handsome face with a green light. Bang! Chinkong Iha put his palms together again. At the same time, the white flames around him soared into the sky again. Whoosh! As Chinkong Iha put his palms together, countless firebirds flew out from the flames. Each firebird was 3 feet long, surrounded by flames, and circled Chinkong Iha nonstop. After seeing Chinkong Iha's moves, Chi Yao was convinced. This guy is really good at using one move. He could use the same posture to perform thousands of attacks. It could be said that he could master one move and master the rest. In the future, I should go back and study similar moves for my own use. Yi Fan directly used his telekinesis to activate the Fire Snake Dragon Ball in his body. Buzz! The Fire Snake Dragon Ball that was suspended in Yi Fan's Chi-Si suddenly glowed red under Yi Fan's telekinesis. Tung! Yi Fan's body was suddenly surrounded by a huge ball of flames. Ever since his cultivation had skyrocketed, Yi Fan rarely used the 2 spiritual pearls in his Chi-Si. After all, with his current spiritual chi cultivation, he could handle everything. Now that he had encountered the Netherworld ghost ship, he needed to use fire to attack. Therefore, he thought of using the Fire Snake Dragon Ball to attack. After the flames covered his body, Yi Fan was stunned. He did not expect that the Fire Snake Dragon Ball that he had not used for a long time would suddenly become so powerful. He had only used his telekinesis to activate the Fire Snake Dragon Ball. He had not fully activated it yet. Just by using his telekinesis, the Fire Snake Dragon Ball could unleash such a powerful attack. Yi Fan felt that it was a little unbelievable. He did not understand. The Fire Snake Dragon Ball and the Ice Snake Core were both condensed from spiritual chi. Moreover, they had been in his chi sea for a long time. The strength of the spiritual energy in Yi Fan's energy reserve was no joke. That was the spiritual chi after passing the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, after being nourished by such domineering spiritual chi, the two spiritual pearls were no longer the same as before. While Yi Fan was shocked, he began to use his spiritual chi to activate the Fire Snake Dragon Ball. Boom! With the activation of his spiritual chi, the flames on Yi Fan's body instantly erupted and grew to a height of more than 10 feet. To be honest, Yi Fan himself felt that this power was a little unbelievable. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much. The moment Yi Fan's flames appeared, Qiao immediately raised her eyebrows. This kid really hid his strength well. Without using the distant flame sword, he was actually able to release such domineering spiritual chi. She did not know how many more abilities he had. Qiao thought in her heart. Blazing flame, Qiao thought as she brazenly made a move. He abruptly activated the huge flame character formed by the flames and roared. Whoosh, the blazing flame character flashed and shot straight at the Netherworld flagship. 1,000 birds burned the heavens. Chinkong Iha shouted and made a move. Whoosh, the countless firebirds circling around him all changed directions at the same time and shot straight at the ghost ship. The sky full of firebirds formed an incomparably huge net of flames that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Purgatory Ghost Flame. As Onijiro spoke, he placed the ball of dark green flames his right palm to his mouth. Then, he took a deep breath and suddenly blew. Whoosh, as Onijiro blew on the flames in his palm, dozens of huge green fireballs instantly surged out from the green flames in his palm. The fireballs were 7 feet in size and were surrounded by green flames, giving off a ghostly aura. The dozens of green fireballs dragged long trails of flames as they shot toward the Netherworld flagship. Looking at Yi Fan, he flipped his palms and brazenly attacked the ghost ship dozens of miles away. Whoosh! 2 pillars of flame shot out from Yi Fan's palms. The pillars of flame were 5 feet thick and were surrounded by raging flames as they spun at high speed toward the ghost ship. Fire Dragon Pillar. Yi Fan shouted. Chi Yao's blazing flame, Yi Fan's Fire Dragon Pillar, Chinkong Iha's 1,000 birds burn the heavens, and Onijiro's Purgatory Ghost Flame. Under the combined attacks of the 4 great techniques, the dark clouds in the sky instantly turned into fiery red clouds. On the deck of the warship, all the experts were silent. It was terrifyingly quiet. They stared intently at the raging battle in front of them, not even blinking. This was the second time the 4 great experts had made a move. This time, they were using fire to attack. And this time, their attacks were even more ferocious than the first attack. Fire burned all things. Under this attack, the Netherworld flagship would definitely turn into ashes. At this moment, the white-clothed man, Yamada Shingo, quickly whispered a few words into Matsumoto Takayoshi's ear. Quick, go and support them immediately. Matsumoto Takayoshi immediately said after hearing it. Yamada Shingo nodded. Miss Haruko, follow me. Yamada Shingo said as he appeared beside Haruko Sakuraji in her pink dress. He patted Haruko Sakuraji's shoulder with one hand and immediately used his movement technique. Chapter 806. Whoosh! The four experts' fire attacks were extremely fast. The distance of dozens of miles was covered in the blink of an eye. The flames were less than 300 feet away from the ghost ship. The sky was filled with flames, and the netherworld ship was illuminated in red and green. It was a sea of fire. Looking at the approaching flames, the four experts were puzzled. Logically speaking, the 7 netherworld ships should have started to defend and counterattack. Why was there no movement now? Just as the 4 experts felt that something was wrong, a loud noise came from the front. Boom! On the surface of the sea, 100 feet away from the ghost ship's flagship, a towering water curtain whistled up from the sea. The water curtain was about 3 feet thick, 10 feet wide, and dozens of feet tall. Seeing this, the 4 experts were shocked. The netherworld ghosts could control the sea. In this way, their fire attacks would be affected by the water curtain, and their power would be greatly reduced. No wonder they didn't defend quickly. They were waiting for the fire attack to get close to them. Onijiro thought to himself. Yifan frowned when he saw this. The netherworld ghosts were indeed as difficult to deal with as the rumors said. It seemed that the second round of fire attacks will be neutralized by the water curtain. Yifan thought to himself as he looked at the huge wall of seawater that soared into the sky in front of him. The other 3 experts also frowned and shook their heads. The netherworld ghosts could control the sea to block the fire attack, and the sea could also make them immortal. This time, they really felt that things were a little tricky. Water manipulation, 7 chapters. First style, calm waves. Just as the 4 of them thought that the fire attack would be neutralized by the water curtain in front of the netherworld ship, a shout came from behind them. It was Sakuragi Haruko. It was Sakuragi Haruko, who could also control the sea. The 4 of them were shocked. Actually, when the 4 of them launched the fire attack at the same time, Yamada Shingo, the white-robed man on the Wuji, had already predicted this. His mission was to provide support at any time. Of course, he had to be observant and alert. His battle style was completely different from the others. Others were analyzing the opponent, but he was thinking from the perspective of the opponent. This was the East Sea. What they lacked the least was seawater. Since the netherworld ghost ship was able to assemble itself at the bottom of the sea, it must be like what Onijiro had said, borrowing the power of the sea. If he could borrow the power of the seawater, he could naturally control the seawater. If he was the leader of the netherworld ghost ship, he would definitely use the seawater to block the enemy's fire attack. That was why he was able to predict his opponent's defense, which was the water curtain. Once the water screen was activated, even if the flames from the 4 of them could barely pass through the water screen, the power would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, if the netherworld ghost ship could set up a wall of seawater, it could also set up a second wall and a third wall. One had to know that the other party had 7 underworld ghost ships, which meant that they had the ability to lay down 7 underworld ghost ships. Among all the experts, there was only one person who could contend with this ability, and that was Haruko Sakuragi, who was proficient in the 7 chapters of water manipulation and ranked 2nd among the 5 children of Japan. After telling Matsumoto Takeyoshi this idea, Matsumoto Takeyoshi instantly recovered and immediately arranged for Shingo Yamada to bring Haruko Sakuragi to provide support. Haruko Sakuragi was proficient in the water manipulation ability, but her movement technique was far inferior to Shingo Yamada's. If they wanted to contend with the enemy's seawater defense, they had to get as close to the netherworld ghost ship as possible. Shingo Yamada pushed his movement technique to the extreme and brought Haruko Sakuragi to the sky, quickly approaching the netherworld ghost ship. When the 2 of them were less than 300 feet away from Yifan and the other 3, the netherworld ghost ship's water curtain surged up. The moment she saw the water curtain, the intelligent Haruko Sakuragi instantly understood Shingo Yamada's intention. She activated her own spiritual energy and directly used the 7 chapters of Imperial Water. This time, she activated her spiritual power to the extreme, and her body was surrounded by a dazzling green light. The netherworld ghost ship was at least 10 miles away from her. If she wanted to remove the enemy's water curtain, she had to use all her strength. Only then could she unleash the greatest power. Boom! Just as Haruko Sakuragi's voice fell, the water curtain that was blocking the Netherworld ghost ship instantly fell down rapidly, as if its power had been removed. Whoosh! The huge water curtain fell back into the sea, creating huge ripples. What a powerful water manipulation technique. Seeing Haruko Sakuragi take away the enemy's water curtain, the four of them felt that this woman was not ordinary. One had to know that they were 10 miles away. On the warship, Matsumoto Takeyoshi cheered loudly. Good. The experts let out a long sigh of relief. The two of them had grasped the timing of their support just right. The blue-eyed boy also had a gratified look on his face. Haruko Sakuragi's move had brought honor to the 5 children of Japan. As the leader of the 5 children, of course, he would feel proud. Whoosh! The moment the water curtain of the Netherworld ghost ship was removed, the four of them's flame technique arrived. Boom! Following an earth-shattering explosion, the 4 flame techniques landed heavily on the Netherworld ghost ship. Chi Yao's Flaming Flame, Yifan's Fire Dragon Pillar, Onigairo's Purgatory Ghost Flame, and Shinkong Iha's Chidori Burn the Sky. The 4 flame techniques were unleashed at the same time. Bang! The huge white bone sail on the Netherworld ghost ship was instantly shattered by the 4's domineering flame techniques and exploded. Countless white bones crumbled and separated, shattering and splattering everywhere. Whoosh! The entire Netherworld ghost ship was instantly set ablaze. Woo! Roar! On the bow of the Netherworld ghost ship, the black gas that was crazily moving back and forth was dissipated by the 4's domineering flame techniques. Among the 4 of them, Yifan's Fire Dragon Pillar and Shinkong Iha's Chidori Burn the Sky were completely domineering heat that could burn all tangible things. Even if the Netherworld ghost ship was made of steel and covered in copper armor, it could still be melted in an instant. Chi Yao's Flaming Flame and Onigairo's Purgatory Ghost Flame could burn all Een spirits and ghosts. The demon Chi's blazing flame was the true Samadhi flame that gathered essence, chi, and spirit. It could burn demons and exterminate monsters, destroy souls, and destroy spirits, and it was easy to capture. As for Ghost Wood's Purgatory Ghost Flame, it was no small matter. The green ghost flame that he released was said to be the Een refining flame that was collected from the 9 underworlds. This kind of flame had no effect on ordinary physical objects. Even if the caster held it in his hand, he would not feel any heat at all. However, this kind of flame had a special characteristic, which was that it specialized in burning evil spirits and Een spirits. As long as the Een spirit did not have a physical body, as long as it was touched by the Purgatory Ghost Flame, it would instantly burn its entire body, and the Een spirit would be burned to ashes. 2 flames burned the Netherworld ship's physical body, and 2 flames burned the Netherworld ship's Een spirits. The 4 great techniques complemented each other, and each had their own division of labor. The entire Netherworld ship burned until it was full of ghostly cries and crackling sounds. Ha ha! Good job burning. Looking at the Netherworld ship that was filled with raging flames and wailing ghosts, Matsumoto Takeyoshi laughed loudly. This time, even the bones have been burned to ashes. Let's see how you reassemble it and restore it to its original state. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was in a good mood. In the raging flames, the Netherworld ship quickly turned into ashes and drifted down. The air was filled with a pungent smell of burning bones. At this moment, the 4 experts floating in the air were not beaming with joy like Matsumoto Takeyoshi. On the contrary, their brows were furrowed even more tightly. There were 2 reasons. First, when a Netherworld ship was burned by the 4's Great Flame technique, the other 6 Netherworld ships were motionless in the original sea area, and there were no signs of counterattack. This was very abnormal. According to common sense, when a Netherworld ship was destroyed, they should collectively retaliate. It was impossible for there to be no movement at all. The second point was also the one that made the 4 people's hair stand on end. All the ashes that drifted down fell into the sea, and not a single bit floated on the surface of the sea. This made the four people's eyes widen, and they shuddered. Could it be that the netherworld ship that had been burned to ashes could still be restored? If that was the case, there was no need to continue fighting this battle. As the saying went, it would turn into ashes. If it could still be restored after turning into ashes, then it was simply invincible because there was no way to destroy it. Whoosh! On the surface of the sea, a huge whirlpool appeared again. After seeing this, the four people's faces instantly turned pale. Repeat. Repeat. Everything was repeating over and over again. This netherworld ship could not be destroyed at all. After being burned to ashes, it could still be restored in an instant. How could they fight this battle? There was no way to fight it. Whoosh! As the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, the huge white bone mass slowly rose from the sea once again. Chi Yao was stunned. Onajiro was silent. Chinkong Iha frowned. Yi Fan was stunned. They could not understand what was happening in front of them at all. Or rather, they could not understand. Not only them, even the white-robed man, Yamada Shingo, and the water-controlling expert, Haruko Sakuragi, were stunned by this scene. Yamada Shingo, whose face was covered by a veil, had never seen such an unbelievable scene before. The two of them stood beside the four people and did not say a word. Whoosh! The sound of water rang again, and the huge netherworld ship floated up from the sea once again. Countless black gas on the deck were still flying around crazily, wailing arrogantly. Looking at the netherworld ship that broke out of the sea, Yi Fan turned around and asked the three of them, "What should we do?" Among the four of them, only he knew nothing about Een spirit spells. There was nothing he could do about the netherworld ship that could not be killed. Onajiro, Chi Yao, and Chinkong Iha were silent. They could not answer Yi Fan's question. Clatter. On the deck of Wuji, Matsumoto Takayoshi's binoculars slipped out of his hands and fell to the ground. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. He could not believe that the scene in front of him was real. The experts' faces were as white as a sheet of paper. At this moment, they could no longer use the word shock to describe their feelings. Surprised? Strange? Unbelievable? As if in a dream? The experts did not know. They were all top-notch experts, but when faced with these 7 netherworld ghost ships, they had no way of resisting. Chapter 807. Just as everyone was shocked and felt as if they were in a dream, the fully restored netherworld flag that had broken out of the sea instantly let out a deep and resounding shriek. The frequency of the shriek was so high and loud that it could shake one's soul and resound through the sky. Whoosh! As soon as the shriek sounded, the sea was instantly filled with raging winds and raging waves. Whoosh! The robes of the 6 people floating in mid-air fluttered and their long hair danced. The flagship is giving orders to the other ghost ships, Onajiro said with a frown. They're about to launch a counterattack. Just as Onajiro finished speaking, the remaining 6 ghost ships in a row also let out a resounding shriek at the same time. The 7 ghost ships let out a shriek at the same time and merged into one. The sound waves were so loud that a translucent shockwave appeared out of thin air. The shockwave spread rapidly with the 7 ghost ships as the center. Whoosh! The warship Wuji was instantly shaken violently by the shockwave that spread out at high speed. At the same time, on the 7 ghost ships, countless wisps of black gas began to gather on the deck. Within the black gas of each ghost ship, there were more than 10 figures with surging Een spirits and ghastly auras. Surrounded by countless wisps of black gas, they wore hemp clothes and were surrounded by blue light. They had sinister smiles on their faces, and their bright eyes stared straight at the 6 people floating in midair. Their eyes were hollow as if they could swallow everything. They are the 100 secret technique experts that were pulled into the ghost ship by the 10,000 ghosts more than 1,000 years ago, Onajiro said. Although they are now in the form of primordial spirits, their cultivation levels are close to the level of ghost immortals. When we fight later, we must be extra careful. Is the ghost ship's undying body related to them? Yifan frowned and asked Onajiro. Of course it's related. Onajiro looked ahead and said, they must have joined forces and used an ancient secret technique to make some kind of contract with the spirit of the sea. That's why they can borrow the power of the sea to come back to life. Their souls were burned to ashes by us. How did they come back to life? Chiao frowned. Look at the sea around the underworld flagship and you'll understand what's going on, said the white-cloaked Chinkong-iha. When everyone heard this, they immediately focused their gazes and looked at the seawater around the underworld flagship. When they saw it, everyone gasped in shock. On the surface of the sea around the netherworld flag, there were countless corpses of aquatic creatures floating in the air. There were all kinds of marine fishes, large and small shrimps and crabs, as well as all kinds of sea creatures that couldn't be named. The variety and quantity of them made one's scalp go numb. They floated on the surface of the sea, drifting along with the waves like duckweed. They're actually using the souls of sea creatures to maintain their spiritual bodies. Chiao exclaimed. No wonder they were immortal and could come back from the dead so many times. So that's how it is. There were more than billions of living creatures in the sea. It was more than enough for them to squander. Onajiro was right. As long as they didn't leave the sea, they would never die. Even if they killed them 1,000 times, it wouldn't make a difference. Yifan furrowed his brows and quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. Miss Haruko, quickly go back and protect the warship with the others. Yamada Shingo said to Haruko Sakuragi, if the battle doesn't go well, use the water manipulation technique to move the warship and quickly leave this area. The further the better. The beautiful Haruko Sakuragi frowned and turned to look at Chinkong-iha. Chinkong-iha nodded at her. Before they could find the underworld ghost ship's weakness, the Wuji could only avoid the battle. Otherwise, it would be like a moth flying into a flame, digging its own grave. It was obvious that Yamada Shingo wanted to stay here and fight alongside them. Be careful. Swoosh. After receiving Chinkong-iha's signal, Haruko Sakuragi immediately used her movement technique and turned into a pink shadow, flying toward the Wuji at high speed. At this moment, her water manipulation technique was extremely important and precious. Mr. Onajiro, what should we do now? Yamada Shingo stepped into the air and arrived beside Onajiro. The only thing we can do now is to split the 5 of us into 5 groups and pin down the 7 underworld ghost ships. We'll buy as much time as possible for the Wuji to safely retreat, Onajiro said with a solemn expression. 5 people pin down 7 warships. How do we split up? Chiao turned to ask Onajiro. I'll pin down 2 warships, Onajiro said. I'll pin down 2 warships as well, Chinkong has said. Stop arguing. Yifan looked ahead and calmly said, among the 5 of us, the one who understands the underworld ghost ship the most is you, brother Onajiro. If you pin down 2 warships, who's going to find the underworld ghost ship's weakness? Onajiro frowned and didn't say anything. Then how do you think we should split it? Chiao asked Yifan. I'll pin down 2 warships. Mr. Yamada will pin down 2 warships. Brother Yao and Mr. Ichikaku will pin down 3 warships. You'll also have to be responsible for Brother Onajiro's safety, Yifan said to the 4 of them. After hearing Yifan's words, Onajiro asked Yifan with a confused expression, my safety? He didn't know what Yifan was planning. The other 3 were also confused. You only have one mission, and that is to find their weakness as soon as possible, Yifan replied, Onajiro. Other than that, you don't have to do anything else. This, Onajiro pondered and lowered his head to think. I agree with Mr. Ye's plan. Yamada Shingo, whose clothes were as white as snow, said, it's fair and reasonable. Chinkong-iha said calmly. Yifan's plan was fair and reasonable. It took care of the overall situation and allowed everyone's strengths to be utilized. It was perfect. All right, we'll do as you say, Chiao replied. I'll pin down the 2 warships on the left. Yamada Shingo said, and his body turned into a white ray of light, heading straight for two of the warships. Whoosh! While flying at high speed, Yamada Shingo stretched out his hand and pulled out the white battle sword from its scabbard. Buzz, the battle sword glowed brightly and shone brilliantly. Sky Slicer. It was a peerless divine weapon forged by Sword Emperor Sato when he was 60 years old. Sky Slicer. After pulling out the Sky Slicer sword, Yamada Shingo held the sword with one hand and slashed at the two netherworld ghost ships in the distance. Yamada Shingo had completely merged with his sword. His sword technique was smooth, and there were no unnecessary movements. It was a perfect slash. Whoosh! A white sword arc that was more than 300 feet long shot out from the 4-foot-long Sky Slicer sword and headed straight for the two warships. The white light from the sword arc was dazzling. Its speed was as fast as lightning, to the point that the air was emitting a sizzling sound as it tore through the air. What a powerful sword chi! The four of them were shocked. As the saying went, once an expert made a move, one would know if he was skilled or not. An expert would look at the skill, while an amateur would look at the show. Yamada Shingo's slash seemed simple, but it was not. The four of them could see that Yamada Shingo's sword technique had reached perfection. He was one with the sword. What shocked the four of them was the sword chi that Yamada Shingo released. The saber chi had reached a length of 300 feet, which was almost the length of the ghost ship. This Shinjo Yamada's cultivation was so high that he was even more powerful than the rumors. In the blink of an eye, the huge saber arc arrived. Cha! With a crisp sound, the dazzling saber arc instantly rushed into the two warships. Cha! The saber arc pierced through the bows of the two ghost ships and came out from the stern of the two ghost ships. Boom! After the saber arc pierced through, it rushed straight into the sea, blasting out monstrous waves. Crack! Crack with a crisp sound, the white bone mass of the two ghost ships, together with the hulls above, were detached from the bottom of the ship and fell into the sea. Boom! The white bone sails crashed heavily into the sea, stirring up thousands of waves. The lower halves of the two ghost ships also sank into the sea while bubbling. What a sharp blade energy! The four of them exclaimed inwardly. With just one slash, the two ghost ships were cut into two and sank in one move. The strength of this person's saber technique was unprecedented. Whoosh! Shingo Yamada flew past the two battleships and flew back at high speed. Swish, swish, swish! More than 10 ghost figures on the ghost ship rushed into the sky and followed closely behind Shingo Yamada. Whoosh! On the surface of the sea, a whirlpool appeared again, and the two ghost ships slowly rose from the sea. After the two ghost ships rushed out of the sea, they turned around and headed towards Shingo Yamada at high speed. "It's my turn now," Chi said as he waved his sleeves lightly in front of him. Buzzed after a flash of white light, a white treasured sword appeared out of thin air. The sword was 3 feet long, and its body was straight. It was made entirely of white bones. On the hilt of the sword, there were 32 extremely small skulls embedded in it. 3 green flames spewed out from the eyes and mouths of each skull. It was extremely strange. The body of the sword was glowing with a pale white light, and the hilt of the skull was burning with green flames. The entire white bone sword was filled with an evil aura and a murderous aura. Bone-eroding sword. Yifan squinted his eyes and was shocked. He remembered clearly that during the battle at the Yi family's ancestral mansion, Chiao's bone-eroding sword had been broken by his father, Yi Kong. It seemed that he had forged a new one, and it was even more powerful than before. Smack! Chiao grabbed the hilt of the bone-eroding sword that was floating in front of him. Then, he turned into a black smoke and rushed towards the ghost ship. The speed of the black smoke was as fast as Shingo Yamada's. White bone sword formation. Chiao's voice came from the black smoke. Buzz, just as Chiao's voice fell, the bone-eroding sword that was glowing with a pale white light suddenly burst out. Tongue. The 32 skulls on the hilt of the bone-eroding sword were burning with green flames. Whoosh! Countless sword shadows shot out from the bone-eroding sword at high speed. After the sword shadows appeared, They instantly turned solid and surrounded Qi Yao. In the sword formation, Qi Yao held the sword with one hand and looked ferocious. Tao begets one, Qi Yao said coldly. But hundreds of bone-eroding swords were covered with a layer of white light. One begets two, Qi Yao said calmly. Whoosh! All the bone-eroding swords in the sword formation were split into two, and there were almost 1,000 of them. Two begets three, Qi Yao said ferociously. Whoosh! The number of white bone swords increased by 3 times, and there were thousands of them. Three begets all things, Qi Yao shouted in a low voice. Clang! Chapter 808. Amidst a series of clanging sounds, the thousands of bone swords that emitted a ghastly white glow instantly increased in number, and they had already reached over 10,000. In the entire airspace where the demons were, the sky was covered with white bone swords. There were so many of them, and they were so powerful that they were invincible. Kill! Within the white bone sword array, the long-haired, handsome demon Qi let out a roar that was identical to that of both men and women. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! As Qi Yao shouted the word kill, tens of thousands of white bone swords turned into tens of thousands of white lights and shot towards the netherworld ghost ships from all directions. Tens of thousands of bright sword lights rained down from the sky like a storm. Within the tens of thousands of white lights, Qi Yao, who was surrounded by black gas, had a ferocious look on his face, like a demon from hell. His white bone sword array had completely enveloped the 3 netherworld ghost ships. Good move. Onagiro, who was floating in the air, opened his eyes wide and looked at Qi Yao's domineering white bone sword array in disbelief. Yamada Shingo had destroyed 2 netherworld ghost ships with one slash, and this guy was even more domineering. He wanted to destroy 3 netherworld ghost ships with one slash. Shinkong Iha, who was standing beside Onagiro, looked calm, but his expression changed in an instant. He did not expect Qi Yao's white bone sword array to be so powerful. It was not inferior to his own technique of 1,000 birds. One white bone sword turned into tens of thousands of swords in the blink of an eye. What kind of cultivation was this to be able to do that? No wonder Matsumoto Takeyoshi thought so highly of Qi Yao and treated him as well as Yifan. This person was not simple. The silver-haired, black-robed Yifan frowned and looked shocked. Qi Yao's white bone sword array was far beyond his expectations. During the battle at the Ancestral Mansion, Qi Yao's white bone sword array only had 32 bone-eroding swords. Although its power was not bad, it could only increase the power by 32 times. But today, Qi Yao's move was far more powerful than before. He had turned one white bone sword into tens of thousands of swords, and the spiritual energy emitted by each bone-eroding sword was more than 10 times stronger than when they were at the Ancestral Mansion. No wonder this guy said that he could escape unscathed. These words were not empty words. Looking at the tens of thousands of white bone swords, Yifan thought to himself, clang! The tens of thousands of bone-eroding swords, which were emitting white light, were as fast as lightning, covering a distance of dozens of miles, in an instant. The moment the sword formation appeared, the dozens of Ghost Spirit Realm experts on the 3 Ghost Spirit Realm ships were instantly dumbfounded. They did not expect this guy in front of the Netherworld Ghost ship. It should be known that Qi Yao's bone-eroding swords were not ordinary items. The Yin energy was so strong, and the spiritual energy was so strong that it could be called a divine weapon. Moreover, the white bone sword itself was a treasure of extreme Yin. It could kill Yin energy, destroy spirits, and kill souls. That was the strength of this divine weapon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Netherworld Ghost ship's experts seemed to be very afraid of Qi Yao's bone-eroding swords. When the white bone swords were less than 300 feet away from the 3 ghost ships, the Netherworld Ghost ship's experts turned into dozens of black gas and rushed up from the deck to avoid the sword rain. As soon as the Netherworld Ghost ship's experts left the deck, Qi Yao's tens of thousands of light swords rained down on them like a storm. Boom! 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 With earth-shattering sounds, the tens of thousands of bone-eroding swords pierced into the three huge white bone warships. Bang! 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 Under the rain of swords, the three white bone warships were shattered into pieces in an instant, with white smoke rising everywhere. Boom! 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 The sword rain was like a rainbow, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Wave after wave of sword rain bombarded the white bone warships. The three white bone warships had already scattered and sunk into the sea. At this time, Qi Yao's tens of thousands of white bone swords had only finished shooting half of them. Qi Yao did not care about this. He continued to shoot the remaining thousands of white bone swords at the broken white bones under the sea. He never had the habit of taking back the moves he had sent out. Boom! 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 As the sword rain shot into the sea, huge waves surged up on the surface of the sea, creating thousands of waves. The tens of thousands of bone-eroding swords directly cut the three white bone warships into pieces and smashed them into the sea. On the Wuji warship, Yamamoto Qi Yao, who was beside Akatsuki, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this time, he suddenly felt a lingering fear, a chill that came from his bones. If Qi Yao's tens of thousands of white bone swords were shot at him, the only thing he could do was to close his eyes. The experts on the deck were silent. In front of a strong enemy, these 5 experts no longer hid anything. They all showed their true abilities. Seeing Qi Yao's tyrannical white bone sword formation, Matsumoto Takeyoshi was shocked, but he still could not feel happy. He stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. Facing the sea breeze, he frowned and had a serious expression. Before finding the weakness of the Hell Ghosts, no matter how powerful the moves were, they would not be able to do anything. Qi Yao's white bone sword formation was indeed powerful, but it would not be long before the 3 ghost ships reappeared. Sakuragi Haruko, who was wearing a pink dress, quickly walked to Matsumoto Takeyoshi's side and asked, "Mr. Matsumoto, should we move?" The 5 people fighting at the front were clearly stalling for time for the Wuji to retreat. "No need," Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to Haruko as he bent down to pick up the telescope that had fallen from his feet. "But Mr. Matsumoto..." Haruko was about to persuade Matsumoto Takeyoshi to leave this area. "No buts." Matsumoto Takeyoshi tilted his head slightly towards Haruko Sakuragi and said, "It's true that we are temporarily safe after leaving this region of the sea. But what if they discover the weakness of the Netherworld ghost ship? How are we going to reinforce them? Are we going to let them fight on their own?" This. Haruko frowned and did not answer. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was right. If they want to leave this area, it would be very easy. With the Wuji's superior performance and their own water manipulation technique, it would not take long for them to reach the nearby coast. But if they did that, they would have to leave the 5 people fighting on their own. Even if the 5 of them used their first-rate movement techniques to escape, the 7 Hell Ghost ships would not let them go so easily. Where the Wuji could reach, the 7 Hell Ghost ships could reach as well. Most importantly, no matter how strong the 5 of them were, they were not limitless. Their opponents, on the other hand, were immortal. This battle of attrition would not last long. When the 5 of them ran out of spiritual energy and stamina, they would only be able to passively take a beating. I, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, have never retreated in my entire life. I don't have the habit of abandoning my warriors who are fighting a bloody battle and running for my life. Matsumoto Takeyoshi raised his binoculars and looked at the battlefield in front of him with a determined expression. "Yes, Mr. Matsumoto." Haruko nodded respectfully to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. "I understand what Mr. Matsumoto means," Sakuragi Haruko said, and once again stood in the line of experts. Matsumoto Takeyoshi did not say anything. He was quickly thinking of a countermeasure. Although the 5 of them had not found the Hell Ghost ship's weakness, they were not at a disadvantage. He understood that the 5 of them had not fully displayed their strength. Now, the most important thing was to find the Hell Ghost ship's weakness. No matter how strong an expert was, they would have a weakness. As long as he could find their weakness, everything would be easy. Whoosh! High up in the sky, Chiao, who was rushing forward with his sword in one hand, quickly turned around and headed east. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dozens of Hell Ghost ship experts who had already flown high up in the sky saw Chiao suddenly turn around and immediately used their movement techniques to follow him. They were naturally enraged by the fact that Chiao had destroyed 3 of their ships in one move. A ball of light with a black tail behind, it was charging towards the east. Dozens of black auras were chasing after it. Whoosh! On the surface of the sea, the 3 huge Hell Ghost ships quickly recovered and emerged from the whirlpool. They turned the ship around and headed straight to the east. Chinkong Iha saw this and frowned. Chiao had already lured the 3 Hell Ghost ships away. Now, he could only do one thing, which was to protect Onajiro and stay close to him. Mr. Ihi, protect Brother Guemu. Yifan turned around and said to Chinkong Iha. Whoosh! As Yifan spoke, his body disappeared with a whoosh. Whoosh! In that instant, Yifan's figure appeared out of thin air right above the remaining 2 ghost ships. What a powerful movement technique. After seeing Yifan's incredible movement technique, Chinkong Iha's eyes narrowed. One had to know that this was a distance of tens of miles. However, Yifan arrived in the blink of an eye, as if he was traveling through space. While Yifan was using his movement technique, Onajiro also began to do what he was supposed to do. He bent his legs and sat cross-legged in the sky. Then, he closed his eyes and thought hard about how to deal with the Hell Ghosts. Solitary Crane stood beside Mr. Anamuki. His eyes were on the 6 roads, and his ears were on the 8 directions. From now on, he was responsible for Onajiro's safety. After arriving in the sky above the Hell Ghost ship, Yifan began to make his move. This time, he did not condense spiritual energy balls to bombard the Hell Ghost ship, nor did he activate the Fire Snake Dragon Ball in his body to burn the Hell Ghost ship, nor did he use his Leaf Fire Divine weapon. There was only one thing he did. That was to activate his movement technique. Whoosh! Yifan, who was high in the sky, fell rapidly. He did not assume any combat stance, but just fell straight from the sky. Whoosh! He fell so fast that from top to bottom, dozens of Yifan shadows appeared at the same time. The shadow at the top was still floating high in the sky, while Yifan at the bottom had already stepped onto the Hell Ghost ship's white bone deck. He wanted to use his rapid, downward momentum to crush the Hell Ghost ship under his feet and step into the sea. Yifan's speed was too fast. The dozens of ghost spirit experts gathered on the Hell Ghost ship's deck only saw the silver-haired brat disappear into thin air. They did not see anything else. However, in that instant, Yifan, who was falling from the sky, was already right in front of them. Bang! Yifan's feet landed heavily on the Hell Ghost ship's white bone deck. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the Netherworld ghost ship instantly disintegrated and exploded. White bones flew everywhere, and broken bones splattered everywhere. Tung! Yifan, who had already landed heavily on the Hell Ghost ship's deck, exerted strength in his feet and used his peerless movement technique to soar into the sky once again. Boom! When Yifan soared into the sky, the force of his stomp was so strong that the Hell Ghost ship, which was only left with broken dragon bones, was instantly stomped into the sea by Yifan. Boom! Monstrous waves surged up violently, reaching a height of 1,000 feet. The momentum was astounding. In less than the blink of an eye, the entire Underworld's flagship was destroyed by the impact of Yifan's movement skill. Whoosh! Yifan, who had soared into the sky, once again activated his movement technique and suddenly charged down, landing on the last Hell Ghost ship. Chapter 809. Boom! Yifan instantly stepped on the Whitebone warship, and it shattered into pieces. Swoosh! As the dozens of silhouettes merged back into one, Yifan's figure appeared in midair out of thin air. He floated in midair and looked down at the sea that was filled with broken bones. From a moment he started to attack until the two ghost ships, including the Netherworld flag, were shattered and sunk into the sea. Yi Fan had only used a blink of an eye. The simplicity of his method, the swiftness of his speed, and the strength of his strength could be said to be unimaginable. The scene in front of him made Chinkong Iha, who was guarding beside Onijiro, change his expression instantly. Yi Fan's combat strength was far beyond his imagination. He originally thought that Yi Fan's combat strength was based on his spiritual energy, the support of his divine weapons, and the power of ice and fire as his spells. Now, it seemed that Yi Fan's ability was far beyond that. This person did not use his spiritual energy, divine weapons, or spells. He just used his physical body to sink the two ghost ships in an instant and step into the sea. This kind of simple yet perfect attack was unimaginable. This kind of pure and domineering power was terrifying. He had really underestimated Yi Fan. This person was indeed the reincarnation of Eldritch. His unique way of doing things could be said to be unprecedented. Looking at the silver-haired, black-robed, and golden-crowned Yi Fan, Chinkong Iha was shocked. On the Wuji warship, all the experts were silent. This move of Yi Fan's was too unimaginable. They were all top-notch experts who had experienced hundreds of battles, but they had never seen anyone who could directly step a gigantic warship into the sea with his feet. And it was a ghost ship. They knew that to achieve the kind of combat strength that Yi Fan had, it was not enough to just have a godlike movement and speed. It was also necessary to have an extremely strong physical body. If it was an ordinary body, it would not be able to withstand such an unimaginable speed. In that case, before he could even reach the deck, his body would have been torn into pieces at an extremely fast speed. Taking 10,000 steps back, if it was a body forged from fine steel and could completely withstand Yi Fan's extraordinary speed, it would at least be able to achieve the same effect, right? The answer was absolutely impossible. One had to know that the other party was a Netherworld warship, not an ordinary warship. A body forged from fine steel was indeed able to withstand Yi Fan's movement technique. However, at the same time that he destroyed the Netherworld ghost ship, his body would also be smashed into pieces by the powerful recoil. When Yi Fan used this move, his expression was normal and effortless. From this, it could be seen that the strength of his body was incomparable to that of steel and iron. The speculations of the experts were completely correct. Yi Fan's current physical body had a great background. This physical body was a new one that the seven-colored spirit phoenix had specially made for him during the demon-slaying conference when he was undergoing his heavenly tribulation. If Yi Fan had relied on his previous physical body, how could he have withstood the tyrannical spiritual pressure of the phoenix dances in the ninth heaven? Unimaginable speed, vigorous and tyrannical strength, and a peerlessly powerful physical body. These three factors created Yi Fan's seemingly simple, but with shocking power. Beside Akatsuki, the red-clothed Chiyao Yamamoto was constantly taking deep breaths. He was so shocked by the tyrannical power of Yi Fan's move that he almost could not breathe. Chiyao Yamamoto suddenly felt that he was very lucky to be able to see these experts' heaven-shaking skills as soon as he arrived at the Great Ming Dynasty. An ordinary person might not be able to see such a tyrannical and astonishing move in their entire life, and such a magnificent scene. At the same time that he felt lucky, he also felt very sad, like a frog at the bottom of a well. In the past, he felt that his cultivation was so high that it was rare in the world, and that others were inferior to him. Now that he had seen the heaven-shaking skills of these experts, he felt that his previous self was simply childish and ridiculous. There was always someone better than you, and there was always someone better than you. This saying from the Central Plains was absolutely correct. Just as Chiyao Yamamoto was sighing with emotion, the sea in front of him changed in an instant. Asterisk swish, swish, swish. Dozens of black lights whizzed out from the sea and soared into the sky, heading straight for Yi Fan, who was high up in the sky. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In the black lights, dozens of Ghost Spirit Realm experts dressed in hemp clothes revealed ominous glints in their eyes. Their faces were ferocious and murderous. Buzz. In the process of rushing up, the hands of all the Ghost Spirit Realm experts flashed with white light, and sabers appeared in their hands. Countless black and white lights intertwined, whistling as they spun and swept up. As the Ghost Spirit Realm experts moved together, a sinister and tyrannical spiritual pressure instantly spread out. The spiritual pressure was so strong that Onajiro, who was sitting cross-legged in the air and thinking hard, couldn't help but frown. Not to mention Onajiro. Even the experts dozens of miles away felt this terrifying spiritual pressure at this time. You just need to concentrate on figuring out a countermeasure. I'm here, so don't worry. Chinkong Iha saw that Onajiro was concerned about the battlefield and immediately told him not to worry. Onajiro took a deep breath and concentrated again, sinking into deep thought. As soon as the spiritual pressure of the Ghost Spirit Realm experts came out, Matsumoto Takeyoshi instantly felt dizzy and weak. Whoosh! A green shadow appeared out of nowhere in front of Matsumoto Takeyoshi. The person who came was dressed in green, wearing a green veil, and holding a saber. This person was none other than Matsumoto Takeyoshi's personal bodyguard, the green-clothed man. As soon as the green-clothed man appeared, Matsumoto Takeyoshi's dizziness immediately improved. After seeing the green-clothed man, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said in surprise, "Sir, why are you here? Didn't Lord say that everyone who can fight has to be on standby?" The green-clothed man turned to Matsumoto Takeyoshi and said, "What? Does Lord think that I can't go to the battlefield? Sir's injuries haven't healed. How can you?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to the green-clothed man, "My injuries have already healed 70 to 80%. I can definitely fight. Lord can rest assured," the green-clothed man said calmly. Matsumoto Takeyoshi pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. For an expert, forbidding him to fight was the greatest disrespect to him. This was especially the case when everyone who could fight was ready to go. In the air, dozens of Ghost Spirit Realm experts roared with gloomy and hoarse voices. Whoosh! 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 The Ghost Spirits experts waved their shiny battle swords and slashed at Yi Fan, who was above them from a distance. Cha! 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 Dozens of gigantic saber arcs shot into the sky in a disorderly manner, heading straight for Yi Fan. Each of the swords was more than 10 feet long and shone with white light. The murderous aura was intense. The speed of the swords was as fast as Shingo Yamada's swords. In an instant, they were in front of Yi Fan. The swords swept across the sky and engulfed Yi Fan in an instant. The Ghost Spirit Realm experts were furious and used their cultivation. From the moment they broke out of the sea to the moment they attacked Yi Fan, it was only a blink of an eye. The silver-haired kid's speed was indeed fast, but they were not slow either. For more than 1,000 years, they had relied on their immortal bodies to do whatever they wanted on the sea. They had never fought personally before. All the killings were done by the tens of thousands of ghost spirits on the ghost ship. There was no need for them to fight. But today was different. They had encountered the most powerful opponent in the past 1,000 years. All 7 ghost ships were sunk in an instant without exception. This caused them to be greatly infuriated, and they wished for nothing more than to skin these 5 people alive and obliterate their souls. The most humiliating thing for them was this silver-haired kid in a black robe and a golden crown. This guy actually used his legs to kick the 2 netherworld ghost ships into the sea. What kind of arrogance was this? What kind of humiliation was this? Seeing that Yi Fan was engulfed by the swords, Akatsuki, who was dressed in red, felt her heart in her throat. Her hands turned pale as she gripped the swords so tightly. Their opponents were more than 10,000-year-old ghost spirits. As the saying goes, a good tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. Although Yi Fan's spiritual energy was powerful and overbearing, she was not sure if he could withstand the joint attack of so many thousand-year-old ghost spirits with immortal bodies. Akatsuki thought anxiously. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening explosion, dozens of swords with overbearing spiritual energy and dazzling swords bombarded Yi Fan's body. Bang, bang, bang. Countless swords flashed around Yi Fan's body. The swords were so powerful that they formed a circular net of swords around Yi Fan. It was like a huge ball of light that completely engulfed Yi Fan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the dozens of ghost spirits who had turned into black swords had already rushed to the ball of light. Their bodies did not change, and their speed did not decrease. Once again, the swords in their hands stabbed into the white ball of light. They were going to finish him off. They wanted to ensure that this silver-haired kid had no chance of surviving. Cha! 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 Dozens of dazzling swords stabbed into the ball of light, all the way to the hilt. At this moment, the white ball of light was densely packed with dozens of swords that were emitting cold light, like a huge ball of thorns. When the swords stabbed into the ball of light, the dozens of ghost spirits revealed sinister and evil smiles on their faces. This time, this silver-haired kid was completely dead. Perhaps even his corpse had been cut into countless pieces by the net of swords that they had collectively sent out. Yi Fan, after seeing this scene, Akatsuki on the deck could no longer control her emotions and screamed at the top of her lungs. This shout reverberated through the sky and echoed endlessly. Whoosh! Akatsuki activated her movement skill and instantly turned into a red shadow. She rose from the deck and flew towards the airspace where Yi Fan was. At this moment, she could no longer care about orders. Those dozens of swords did not pierce into Yi Fan's body, but her heart. Hongji, Hongji. Chiyao Yamamoto, who was beside her, instinctively reached out to grab her when he saw Yuki Hongi flying away. But Akatsuki's movement skill was too fast. Firstly, she had lost control of her emotions and was worried about Yi Fan. Subconsciously, she had already activated her movement skill to the extreme. Secondly, she had received guidance from Yi Fan. Her spiritual chi cultivation was no longer what it used to be. Naturally, her movement skill had improved. Yamamoto Chiyao pulled, but it was empty. Yi Fan, Yi Fan. Akatsuki cried with tears streaming down her face as she used her movement skill. Her cry made Yamamoto Chiyao's heart instantly feel like it was in an ice cellar. His premonition was not wrong. Akatsuki's heart was not with him at all, but with the silver-haired man. Yamamoto Chiyao slowly withdrew his empty hand and clenched it into a fist. He slowly shook his head and looked straight. Everything was fake. Fake. Cha! A ghost spirits expert floating in the air saw Akatsuki rushing over and suddenly smiled evilly. He slowly pulled out the sword that was inserted into the ball of light. Whoosh! Chapter 810. Whoosh! Seeing a ghost spirit expert brazenly making a move against her, Yu Hongji, who was charging forward at high speed, did not show any signs of weakness. She directly pulled out the Red Princess battle saber on her back. Clang! The dazzling Red Princess saber was unsheathed. Wuya! Gui Ling, who was dressed in hemp clothing, roared. While charging forward, he turned the shiny blade on his back and aimed it at Yu Hongji. I'll take your life. Akatsuki, whose face was full of tears, roared and began to use 90% of her spirit energy to activate the Red Princess saber in her hand. Wong! A group of 5 colored brilliants appeared from the saber in her hand. Whoosh! A 1-foot-long 5-colored light spurted out from the tip of the Red Princess saber, dazzling and dazzling. Akatsuki also held the dazzling saber behind her back, stepped on the void, and rushed towards the ghost spirit expert at lightning speed. At this time, her red robe and long hair fluttered in the wind, like a jumping flame. What a fast movement technique! on the deck of Wuji, Kamehameha, who was holding a wooden staff, was shocked. This Akatsuki's movement technique was several times better than when she first came to the Great Ming Dynasty. What made him feel even more inconceivable was that this woman actually had the same 5-colored spirit energy as Yi Fan. There is no need to guess. Yi Fan had taught this woman the spirit-gathering technique. Yamamoto Kiyoshi's face turned red and white. She disobeyed orders and went to battle on her own accord. She possessed spiritual energy that was almost identical to Yi Fan's aura. Even a fool could tell the relationship between Yu Hongji and Yi Fan. As a fiancé, he was simply a good-for-nothing. Crack, crack, crack. Yamamoto Kiyoshi clenched his fist until it made cracking sounds. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was not surprised by Akatsuki's rash action. To be honest, he was not surprised by Akatsuki's behavior. This woman's love for Yi Fan was so deep that it seeped into her bones, and she couldn't extricate herself from it. Whoosh! In midair, two figures, one red and one black, were moving towards each other like lightning. The distance of nearly 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the two sides met in midair. Ghost Spirit Vortex Slash. Cha! Ghost Spirit, shrouded in black light and dressed in a hemp garment, roared in ancient Dongying language as she swung the glowing white blade towards Akatsuki's chest. The speed of his saber was so fast that a white light curtain appeared out of thin air. Then it drew a beautiful semicircular arc in the air. Autumn Wind Triple Chop. Akatsuki was not inferior to men. When her opponent swung his sword, she also used her famous ultimate skill, Autumn Wind, 3 consecutive slashes. In the time it took for other experts to swing their sabers, she could swing her saber 3 times. Her speed was so fast that it could be imagined. With the lightning-fast saber technique and the domineering 5-colored spiritual energy, Akatsuki went all out. Cha! Akatsuki swung her saber horizontally, and the 5-colored red princess saber in her hand directly slashed towards Ghost Spirit's saber. Whoosh! A semicircular 5-colored light curtain appeared out of thin air. In the light curtain, 3 saber shadows could be seen. Both sides exchanged blows with each other. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and their saber techniques were very similar. As a result, the 2 semicircular light curtains formed a dazzling circle of light in an instant. Half of the circle of light was dazzling white, as bright as frost and snow. The other half was bright and dazzling. Boom! A loud sound was heard as the 2 sabers collided. The black light was scattered, the 5 colors were dancing, and the airwaves were rolling, echoing endlessly. Boom! A 5-colored black and white halo of impact appeared out of thin air at the intersection of the 2 sabers, exploding and dispersing. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away by the airwaves caused by the impact and quickly retreated. Nanny, in the black light, Ghost Spirit, who was surrounded by In Shi, used his saber to block Akatsuki's 5-colored saber and asked in confusion. He did not expect a woman to be able to block his Ghost Spirit whirlwind slash. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Akatsuki gritted her teeth and said as she held the saber with both hands and pushed her spiritual energy to the extreme. Buzz, the 5-colored red princess saber, suddenly burst out. However, Akatsuki's saber did not move an inch forward. At this moment, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Akatsuki held the saber with both hands and used all her strength, while Ghost Spirit only held the saber with one hand. TSK, you overestimate yourself. Ghost Spirit said as he smiled, squinted his eyes, and used all his strength in an instant. Buzz, the white saber in Ghost Spirit's hand, suddenly shone brightly and made a crisp sound. Whoosh! Ghost Spirit suddenly swung his saber and slashed down. Clang! Along with the sound of metal clashing, Akatsuki's body was instantly pushed back by Ghost Spirit's saber. She could only feel a sinister and overbearing force coming from the saber in her opponent's hand. She could not compete with it at all. Whoosh! Akatsuki's body flew back more than 300 feet before she could barely stop in midair. Puff! She could only feel the blood in her chest churning, and her spiritual energy was in a mess. Then, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With 90% of her spiritual energy and her ultimate move, Autumn Wind 3 consecutive strikes, she could not withstand a casual move from her opponent. It was not that she was too weak, but that her opponent was too strong. Her move earlier could kill a top expert, but in front of this ghost spirit expert, it was like child's play. The strength of a ghost immortal was not something that she could withstand. Akatsuki thought to herself as she calmed the churning blood in her chest. At this moment, her internal organs were shaken, but her injuries were not serious. Although the 5-colored spiritual energy that you fanned past to her could not seriously injure Ghost Spirit, but it could barely protect her internal organs. Actually, with her spiritual energy cultivation, she did not need to spit out blood, but she was too eager to win, so she used 90% of her spiritual energy to activate her killer move, leaving only 10% to protect her body. 10% of her spiritual energy. How could she withstand a ghost immortal level ghost spirit expert? Clang. Just as Akatsuki reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, the saber in her hand flashed with a thin white light. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and the red lady saber in Yu Hongji's hand instantly broke into 2 halves from the point of light. Red Princess Saber. The Red Princess Saber was cut in half. The scene in front of her made Akatsuki's beautiful eyes wide open, and she was shocked on the spot. Although her saber could not be considered a divine weapon, it could still be considered a rare treasure. She did not expect that it would be cut in half by Ghost Spirit's casual move. At this moment, Akatsuki suddenly felt a chill down her spine. If the saber in her hand had not blocked the Ghost Spirit's powerful saber energy, she was afraid that the one who would be cut in half would be her. Whoosh! Just as Akatsuki was shocked on the spot, Ghost Spirit, who was 300 feet away, smirked and rushed toward Akatsuki again. He wanted to kill Akatsuki, then extract her soul from her body, bring her back to the Netherworld ghost ship, and make her his Netherworld madam. Crescent Moon Chapter, Drunken Moon Dance. Just as Ghost Spirit was less than 10 feet away from Akatsuki, a man's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The man's voice was very clear, as if he was right next to his ears. Whoosh! Ghost Spirit stopped in his tracks, then suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Boom! The moment Ghost Spirit turned around, the white ball of light in the distance suddenly exploded. Tens of thousands of dazzling rays of light shot out from the white ball of light, like the moon hanging high in the sky. The entire sky was instantly filled with the color of the moon, which was very beautiful. Whoosh! At this moment, the dozens of Ghost Spirit experts surrounding the white ball of light were watching how their companions tortured and killed the red-clothed woman whose cultivation was not shallow. They did not expect that the silver-haired brat was still alive, and even more so, they did not expect that this fellow could actually release such a tyrannical and shocking move. Whoosh! 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 As Yifan performed the drunken moon dance of the Proud Moon Heavenly Chapter's Crescent Moon Chapter, before the Ghost Spirits experts could even react, their primordial spirits were instantly pierced through by the 10,000 rays of moonlight that shot out and turned into ashes. Whoosh! Under the thousands of rays of light, the Ghost Spirit elites, who were only a few hundred feet away from Akatsuki, were also not spared. In just a moment, countless rays of light pierced through his body, and he turned into wisps of black smoke and gradually dissipated. Akatsuki raised her sleeves and blocked in front of her eyes. The dazzling rays of light were so dazzling that she could not open her eyes at all. Whoosh! When the rays of light were less than 10 feet away from Akatsuki, a familiar figure blocked in front of her. Hwah! The rays of light changed direction and quickly passed by Akatsuki's side. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Akatsuki did not even know that the ghost spirit elites had already been turned into ashes. When the rays of light in the sky gradually dissipated, Akatsuki put down her sleeves and looked opposite. In front of her, Yi Fan in a black robe was staring at her, his brows wrinkled into a knot. Bufonkoin. Akatsuki saw Yi Fan standing in front of her, unharmed, and immediately shouted in shock, "You are not dead. What are you doing here?" Before Akatsuki could say the word dead, Yi Fan interrupted her and asked in a bad mood. I. Akatsuki stammered and could not speak. "Go back. This isn't a place you should be at," Yi Fan said as he turned around. What Akatsuki came here for, he knew better than anyone else. That heart-wrenching cry of hers, he heard it clearly, but he was also heartbroken. "I was afraid something would happen to you, so I came to help you." Akatsuki was like a child who had done something wrong, as she said in a small voice to Yi Fan, who had his back facing her. "Other than causing trouble for me, what else can you do?" Yi Fan, who had his back facing Akatsuki, closed his eyes and coldly said. He was speaking against his conscience, not for anything else, but to make Akatsuki completely lose all hope. You. Akatsuki's eyes were filled with tears, her voice was choked, and she could not say a single word. Yi Fan's words hurt her too much. "Go back. Your husband is still waiting for you. Don't stay here and embarrass yourself." Yi Fan hardened his heart, clenched his teeth, and said to Akatsuki, "PFFF." Chapter 811. Yi Fan's words were too heartless. Akatsuki was heartbroken, causing her internal organs to bleed. After knowing that Akatsuki had spat out blood, Yi Fan's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, and his eyes turned red. But even so, he still did not turn around to look at Akatsuki. He knew that he could not turn around. Once he turned around, his heart would never harden again. Stepping on the void, he slowly activated his movement technique and floated towards the sea in front of him. More than 10 miles ahead of him, the two Netherworld ghost ships had emerged from the bottom of the sea in perfect condition. He wanted to continue kicking these two ghost ships to the bottom of the sea to buy more time for Master Kinmu. Puff! Yi Fan had only floated for less than 10 feet when a dull sound suddenly came from behind him. It was the sound of a saber piercing into a body. Yi Fan's pupils instantly shrank. He suddenly stopped and quickly turned around to look at Akatsuki. Seeing this, Yi Fan's eyes widened and he was shocked. He saw a shining saber pierce through Akatsuki's back, directly piercing through Akatsuki's entire body. The saber pierced through Akatsuki's chest, half a foot long. Drip, drip, dark red blood slowly flowed down from the saber. Akatsuki's pair of beautiful eyes had already lost their luster, and her pupils began to dilate. The boiling hot blood completely soaked her red robe, which was scarlet and dazzling to the eye. Behind Akatsuki, Gue Ling, who was dressed in hemp clothes, hooked one hand around Akatsuki's neck and the other hand holding onto the saber's hilt. He looked at Yi Fan with a sinister smile. Like the Netherworld ghost ship, Gue Ling also had an immortal body, and his recovery speed was much faster than the Netherworld ghost ship. Hongji, Yi Fan screamed at the top of his lungs. "This woman, I must have her." Whoosh, Gue Ling said with a sinister smile as he slowly pulled out his blood-stained saber from Akatsuki's body. He held the blade horizontally in front of his eyes and licked the blood on the blade with his tongue. His face was full of satisfaction. Akatsuki closed her eyes, her body went soft, and she fell from the sky in an instant. Hongji, Shua! Yi Fan roared as he used his movement technique. He charged straight at the falling Akatsuki. Seeing Yi Fan charging down, Gue Ling let out a sinister laugh. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of black gas appeared out of thin air beside Gue Ling and transformed into human figures. All of the ghost spirit experts had completely recovered. They held battle blades in their hands and crossed their arms. They stood together with the ghost spirit expert who had killed Akatsuki. Their faces were filled with sinister smiles. They had undying bodies, so no matter how powerful the other party was, they couldn't do anything to them. Shwa! In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan appeared beside Akatsuki out of thin air. He held Akatsuki in his arms. Then he activated his heavenly demon power and pressed his hand directly on the bloody hole in Akatsuki's chest. Right now, saving her was more important. The difference between men and women was no longer important. Buzz, red light burst out from Yi Fan's hand, and spiritual energy burst forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless blood-red electric arcs entered Akatsuki's chest through the bloody hole. Whoosh! The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hongji! Hongji! Yi Fan, whose eyes were filled with tears, shook Akatsuki in his arms and shouted loudly. However, no matter how Yi Fan activated his heavenly demon power, Akatsuki still didn't open her eyes. How could this be? Akatsuki's body had almost completely recovered. Why hadn't she woken up yet? Yi Fan's heart was in a mess. Hee. Don't waste your energy. I've already taken away her soul. It won't be long before she'll be like us and become a member of the Netherworld's ghosts. Gui Ling, who was holding the bloody battle blade, laughed as he looked at the extremely anxious Yi Fan below him. When you see her again, she won't be so gentle towards you anymore. Ha ha ha. Gui Ling's words made the other Gui Ling experts burst into laughter. What? Yi Fan's pupils shrank when he heard this. He was shocked. No wonder Akatsuki hadn't woken up. Her primordial spirit and soul had already been taken away. Also, I've subdued the two little imps by her side as well. Gui Ling continued to smile at Yi Fan. These two fellows have a very special fate. It just so happens that they can help me make up for it. Ha ha ha! All the Gui Ling experts burst into laughter again. The Yin-Yang ghosts had also been taken away. Yi Fan was shocked. He slowly raised his head and glared at Gui Ling with his bloodshot eyes. His eyes were burning with anger. What? You still want to kill me? Gui Ling stretched out his arms and laughed. Come on, kill me. As long as you're not tired, you can kill me 1,000 times over. Yi Fan slowly turned his head. Whoosh! With Akatsuki in his arms, Gui Ling used his ultimate movement technique and disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan's figure appeared on the deck of ship Wuji. TCH, coward. Gui Ling, who was floating in midair, thought that Yi Fan had retreated and didn't dare to fight when he saw that Gui Ling had returned to the ship. Yi Fan carried Akatsuki's corpse and walked directly to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Mr. Matsumoto, please send someone to protect Hongji's body and order ship Wuji to retreat 100 miles, Yi Fan said calmly as he slowly laid Akatsuki down on the deck. Bufan-kun, what are you? Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned and asked Yi Fan. I'm going to start a massacre. Yi Fan leaned over to tidy up Akatsuki's hair. He didn't even raise his head as he said, If you don't retreat 100 miles away, I can't guarantee that you won't be affected. As soon as he said that, all the experts on the deck instantly narrowed their eyes. Yi Fan's intention was very clear. He was going to start a massacre. Furthermore, the area of effect would cover 100 miles of the sea. What kind of scene would that be? All the experts' faces turned pale. They didn't dare to imagine it. All right, Bufan, Kuin, I'll protect Miss Yu's body and retreat 100 miles away. Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned and said to Yi Fan, You have to be more careful. Yi Fan nodded. Hongji, wait for me. I'll be back soon, Yi Fan said to Akatsuki, who had no signs of life. After saying that, Yi Fan stood up and went straight to Chiyo Yamamoto. From the moment Akatsuki fought with the demon until Akatsuki's chest was pierced by the demon, Chiyo Yamamoto didn't react at all. Even when Yi Fan carried Akatsuki's body back to the warship, this guy didn't even look at it. You don't deserve to be her husband. Yi Fan stared into Chiyo Yamamoto's eyes and said calmly, This bitch is a traitor. Behind my back, slap. Before Chiyo Yamamoto could finish his words, Yi Fan's palm arrived in an instant and slapped Chiyo Yamamoto's handsome face. Who, Before Chiyo Yamamoto could see how Yi Fan did it, his body was directly sent flying. Bang! Chiyo Yamamoto's tall body heavily hit the guardrail of the warship more than 10 feet away. The guardrail, made of stainless steel and as thick as an arm, was severely deformed in an instant. Chiyo Yamamoto's mouth was bleeding. His face was distorted and full of pain. Yi Fan's slap caused severe pain all over his body. He couldn't stand up for a long time. "If you say another word to Hong Ji, I'll cut off your tongue," Yi Fan said coldly. Looking at Chiyo Yamamoto, who couldn't get up, the experts looked at him coldly. Their eyes were full of contempt, and no one went to help him. This kind of heartless person didn't deserve any sympathy at all. Shua! After Yi Fan finished speaking, his body disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he appeared high in the sky and stood in front of the spirits. Yi Fan's appearance was rather unexpected to the ghost spirits. The ghost spirit expert who killed Akatsuki looked at Yi Fan with an evil smile and asked disdainfully, "What? Do you want to continue?" Yi Fan looked around at the spirits and said calmly, "I'll kill you all, and I'll make you all die miserably." Ha ha ha! The spirits were stunned at first, then they laughed wildly. "You can't even protect a woman, and you still have the face to say such big words." The ghost spirit placed his sword in front of him and gently stroked the blade, while mocking Yi Fan without raising his head. Yi Fan lowered his head and looked down, saying coldly, "You forced me to make an exception." Boom! As soon as Yi Fan's voice fell, thousands of red lights gushed out from his body, and flames soared into the sky. The flames were bright and dazzling, as red as blood, and shot up to a height of 1,000 feet. The aura was so strong that the dark clouds in the sky retreated rapidly like the tide. Buzzed within the flames, Yi Fan's eyes were gradually filled with blood-red light, and his pupils turned completely black. Shwa! Yi Fan's 8 treasures jade embroidered robe turned from black to red, as if it was dyed in blood, and fluttered in the wind. Hua! Yi Fan's silver hair from the roots to the ends turned blood red in an instant, as if it had just been washed with blood. Clang! The bright and dazzling swastika appeared on Yi Fan's forehead again. The blood-red light flowed and shone brightly in all directions. Blood-red eyes, dark red hair, scarlet battle robes, vermilion lips, pitch-black pupils, soaring flames, and the blood-red swastika between his eyebrows. At this moment, Yi Fan had completely transformed into another identity of his, the monarch of the Devil Realm. After seeing Yi Fan's overwhelming spiritual pressure, the smile of the ghost spirit that killed Akatsuki instantly disappeared. "Mo, Lord of the Devil Realm," Gue Ling said in horror. Within the blood-red flames, Yi Fan, with his blood-red hair and blood-red robe fluttering in the wind, curled his lips and looked at the ghost spirits with his blood-red eyes. Boom! As Yi Fan looked up, a bright and dazzling blood-red light circle spread out at the speed of light, with Yi Fan as the center. Bang, bang, bang. Before the spirits could even use their movement techniques to escape, they were instantly crushed by Yi Fan's domineering spiritual pressure and turned into ashes. Bang, bang on the surface of the sea below Yi Fan. The 2 skeletal warships that had just been restored were crushed by Yi Fan's powerful spiritual pressure and exploded. Hua! On the surface of the sea, a huge circular crater appeared in an instant, stirring up waves that were more than 10 feet high and spreading out in all directions. Boom! The huge waves quickly slammed against the side of ship Wuji, causing the entire warship to shake violently. "Pass down my order, retreat 50 kilometers. Quick!" Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who had recovered from his shock, gave the order loudly. Yi Fan had just changed his form, and he already had such power. If he released his ultimate move, wouldn't he be able to turn the world upside down? Chapter 812. In the Heavenly Devil Palace, Tenmoni, who was dressed in a luxurious black jade robe, was sitting on a huge Arhut bed. The Arhut bed was more than 5 feet tall and 7 feet wide. It was completely made of top-grade blood-red coral gems. It looked like a jewel and was full of color. On top of the coral bed, there was an antique white jade chess table that was 3 feet long and had a square surface. Tinmoni, who had an elegant temperament and auspicious aura around him, had a smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood. He used his white and slender fingers to pick up a round chess piece carved from a ruby from the chess jar beside him and gently placed it on the white jade chessboard. He was playing chess with someone. Brother Devil's move is really exquisite. Once this piece is placed, the entire chess game I set up is completely passive. Opposite Tinmoni, a young man who was also surrounded by auspicious aura, shook his head slowly and looked up at Tinmoni. He smiled and said, "This person looked to be in his 20s. His eyebrows were like the crescent moon in the blue sky. His eyes were as bright as the stars. His skin was smooth, and his teeth were like jade. He wore a facial white jade robe, a white jade hairpin with a flying dragon on his head, a white jade belt inlaid with 7 treasures on his waist, and a pair of white boots with flowing cloud flames on his feet. He was handsome and looked like a bouffon. There was a faint aura of a king in his every move. To be able to play chess with Tinmoni on the same stage, his identity was naturally not to be underestimated. This person was none other than the new master of the demon realm, the Demon Lord. Ha! Brother Demon, you flatter me." Tinmoni heard the Demon Lord's words and immediately laughed. "This chess game was secretly learned from Mr. Eldritch when I was playing chess with him. I have embarrassed myself in front of you. Ha ha! I heard that Mr. Eldritch has reincarnated as a human and has become the Demon Realm's ruler. Is this true?" The Demon Lord picked up a black jade chess piece from the chess jar and asked Tinmoni, "Why, didn't Brother Demon see the declaration I sent to the realm of demons and ghosts?" Tinmoni asked the Demon Venerable with a smile. "I'll just unify the demon realm and have a lot of things to do. I don't have the time to read the declaration of war." The Demon Venerable gently placed the black chess piece on the white jade chessboard and said with a smile, "I heard this news from my subordinates. They said that Eldritch, who once dominated the 3 realms, has become your subordinate and the king of the demon realm." "It's true." Tinmoni smiled at the Demon Venerable. "Brother, you did become the monarch of the demon realm." "Oh." Tinmoni's words shocked the Demon Venerable. "If that's the case, why haven't I seen him in the past few days since I came to the demon realm?" The Demon Venerable was the supreme being of the demon realm and had the same status as Tinmoni. According to etiquette, when the Demon Venerable came to the demon realm, the Devil Monarch should also receive the Demon Venerable together with Tinmoni. However, the Demon Venerable had been in the demon realm for more than 3 days and had yet to see Eldritch reincarnation as the monarch of the demon realm. He originally thought that the news circulating in the realm of demons and ghosts was false. Now that he heard Tinmoni admitted himself, he knew that it was true. "Brother Demon, you don't know. My brother you did become the monarch of the demon realm. But ever since he took office, he has been dealing with private matters in the human world. It's normal that Brother Demon hasn't seen him." Tinmoni smiled as he picked up the 7 treasures glazed cup beside the chess table and took a sip of the fine wine. "In the human world?" Tinmoni's words made the Demon Venerable feel incredulous. "That's right." Tinmoni put down the glazed cup and grabbed a handful of red chess pieces from the chess jar. He played with them in his palm as he answered with a smile. "How can the scenery in the human world be compared to the demon realm?" The Demon Venerable asked Tinmoni in confusion. As the monarch of the demon realm, why didn't he stay in the demon realm to help Brother Demon? Why did he go to the human world? The demon realm, the human realm, the demon realm, and the ghost realm. Among the 4 realms, the demon realm was the most magnificent and the most powerful one. The Demon Venerable did not understand what the monarch of the demon realm had in the human world that made him reluctant to leave. "Brother Demon, you don't know. He has something important to do in the human world," Tinmoni said as he roughly told the Demon Venerable about Yifan. "Is that so?" The demon Venerable frowned and asked Tenmoni in surprise. Brother Demon, you're busy unifying the demon realm. Of course, you don't know much about the human world, Tenmoni said with a smile. The reincarnation of Eldritch who survived the heavenly tribulation, the monarch of the demon realm. He's looking for the 9 ancient cauldrons for a Japanese woman? How is that possible? It doesn't make sense at all. The demon Venerable could not believe Tenmoni's words. Ha ha. Tenmoni looked up at the sky and laughed. Brother Demon, tell me, when has Eldritch done things according to common sense? The demon Venerable was stunned and then laughed. What Tianmani said was right. Evil Moon's behavior had always been both righteous and evil. He was unruly and unruly, depending on his likes and dislikes. If he did things according to common sense, he would not be Eldritch. Buzz, just as the demon Venerable and the demon Venerable were discussing Eldritch, the black and red chess pieces on the chessboard suddenly released black and red lights and floated up. All the chess pieces floated a few inches above the chessboard, shining brightly and making a buzzing sound. Seeing this, the demon Venerable frowned, and Tenmoni's expression changed instantly. Crash, following a crisp sound, all the black and red chess pieces floating on the chessboard fell and scattered all over the white jade chessboard. Brother Demon, this sign is... The demon Venerable asked Tenmoni. Tenmoni stretched out his slender fingers and counted. His frown deepened. Brother Demon, forgive me for not being able to play chess with you. Tenmoni looked up at the demon Venerable and said, I have to make a trip to the human world. Brother Demon wants to go to the human world? The demon Venerable asked in surprise. Tenmoni was the leader of the demon world. His status was extremely respected, and he would not deign to go to the human world easily. In thousands of years, he had only gone to the human world 3 or 4 times. Now that Tenmoni wanted to go to the human world, the demon Venerable did not even need to guess to know that something big had happened. Tenmoni nodded. What happened that requires you to make a trip personally? The demon Venerable asked Tenmoni. What do you say? Something has happened to my demon world king. I have to go personally. It will be too late if I'm late. Crash, Tenmoni said with a frown. He threw the ruby chess piece back into the coral chess pot and then got off the colorful coral arhut bed. Brother Demon, you rest here first. If you need anything, just let them know. I'll be back soon. Tenmoni said to the demon Venerable. Brother Demon, can I go to the human world with you? The demon Venerable asked Tenmoni and got off the coral arhut bed. Brother Demon wants to go too? Tenmoni frowned and asked the demon Venerable. I have nothing to do. I can go with you and see Eldritch reincarnation of the demon world king. The demon Venerable said to Tenmoni. This? Okay. Tenmoni thought for a while and agreed to the demon Venerable's request. Since Brother Demon wants to go, we'll go together. Okay, the demon Venerable said. Tenmoni nodded. The two began to walk side by side to the door. The 2 beautiful palace maids lowered their heads and slowly opened the 7 treasure doors respectfully. Brother Demon, the demon king has passed the heavenly tribulation and obtained the power of the blood demon. His cultivation is so high that he can be said to be invincible. Brother Demon, you don't have to worry too much. Seeing Tenmoni frown, the demon Venerable comforted Tenmoni. I'm not worried that he can't beat the other party. Tenmoni said with a solemn face. On the contrary, I'm worried that his heavenly demon power is completely out of control, causing spiritual power to go berserk and plunge people into misery and suffering. He had already deduced the result from the signs on the chessboard just now. Yi Fan had now completely released the heavenly demon power he obtained from the blood demon pool. The heavenly demon power became stronger when facing a strong opponent, and Yi Fan's style of doing things was very extreme. In addition, the evil aura in his body was restless. If he continued to urge the demon spirit without restraint, Yi Fan's mind would be completely controlled by the blood demon's desire to kill. When that time came, the human world would be filled with corpses and suffering, turning into a purgatory. Once things developed to that point, the heavenly realm would definitely intervene and kill Yi Fan. The scene from hundreds of years ago might repeat itself. Tinmoni's words made the demon venerable's eyes widen in shock. He originally thought that Tinmoni was worried about the Demon King's safety and rushed to the human world to help. Now he understood that the demon venerable went to the human world to stop the Demon King from going crazy. Whoosh! After walking out of the palace, the demon venerable and the demon venerable turned into two bright lights, one black and one white, and disappeared into thin air in the sky above the East Sea. The flames were like mountains, and the red light filled the sky. Within the flames, Yi Fan's red hair soared into the sky, and his blood-red robe fluttered in the wind. The dazzling swastika, written upside down on his forehead, was shining brightly, and blood was flowing. Crack! Crack! Within the blood-red flames that soared into the sky, Yi Fan's eyes were empty as he stared at the void. He kept shaking his neck, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tinmoni's calculation was right. At this time, Yi Fan had completely released the heavenly demon power. Ever since he obtained the heavenly demon power from the blood demon pool, Yi Fan had been carefully suppressing this power. He had never dared to make the slightest mistake. Every time he used the heavenly demon power, Yi Fan had to control his thoughts in advance to prevent the endless killing intent in the heavenly demon power from taking over his mind. Every time he used the heavenly demon power, Yi Fan didn't dare to use 50% of it. Even when he attacked the Divine Cauldron's barrier, he would only use 70% of his strength at most. This time, Akatsuki was killed and her soul was stolen, causing Yi Fan to fly into a rage. His beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko's soul was stolen by Inchandashion, causing her soul to be incomplete like that of a child. This time, Akatsuki's soul was also stolen by a ghost spirit. This kind of despicable technique was what Yi Fan despised the most, and it was also what Yi Fan could not forgive. When a person was enraged to the extreme, their expression was not one of gnashing their teeth and spitting fire, but a kind of calmness like that of death. At this time, Yi Fan's expression was this kind of calmness. Since he already had the heart to kill all the ghost spirits, why should he suppress the killing intent that he had suppressed for so long? He wanted to release his killing intent. He wanted to start a massacre and exterminate the ghost spirits. When he removed the power of his mind that was suppressing the heavenly demon power that he had suppressed for so long went berserk as if it had been granted amnesty. There was only one word in his mind right now: kill. Kill the ghost spirits. Kill all the people who deserved to be killed. At this moment, Yi Fan felt a sense of freedom, a sense of release, a sense of power that he had never felt before. Great sorrow without words, great anger without words. Yi Fan didn't want to say anything now. He was wholeheartedly waiting for the ghost spirits to recover. Chapter 8:13. Whoosh! A few moments later, dozens of black lights rose from the sea and soared into the sky. The spirits were restored once again. Rumble! The two skeletal warships broke through the sea and soared into the sky. Swoosh! 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 After the dozens of black rays of light shot into the sky, they instantly spread out and surrounded Yi Fan, who was in the midst of the soaring flames. Swoosh! After surrounding Yi Fan, the spirits reverted back to their human forms. Their current attire was completely different from before. The brown clothes that the spirits were wearing were no longer there. Instead, they were wearing loose, black robes. They were wearing black robes and black hats. Their heads were slightly lowered, and they were motionless like dozens of statues. The wide brims of their hats covered their foreheads and eyes. At this time, they were surrounded by black smoke and a chilly wind. On one side, there was a black hat, black robe, and black fog surrounding them. On the other side, there was a red hair, red robe, and red flames enveloped him. Both sides, one black and one red, one ghost and one demon, created a strong visual impact. Whoosh! the sea breeze blew, causing the robes on both sides to flutter in the wind, making a flapping sound. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the dozens of ghost spirit experts surrounding Yi Fan raised their heads in unison. Rumble. The moment they raised their heads, their eyes shone with black light. Black light burst out from their bodies and soared into the sky. Rumble. Dozens of black and resplendent shock waves spread out rapidly, with each of the ghost spirits at the center. What a strong spiritual pressure. Qin Kong Iha, who was in the sky far away, was shocked. Seeing that the shock waves from the spirits were spreading rapidly, Qin Kong Iha did not dare to be careless. He immediately started to defend himself. With a thought, he flipped his palm and gently pushed the air in front of him. Buzz, a white semicircular light shield formed in front of Qin Kong Iha, blocking him and Onagiro, who was sitting behind him. Rumble, rumble. The dozens of black shock waves instantly collided with Qin Kong Iha's protective light barrier, producing a series of deafening booms. At the same time that the shock wave was blocked, Qin Kong Iha's protective light barrier was also shattered. The black radiance was scattered, the white radiance splashed, and the black and white radiance fell like rain from the sky. Qin Kong Iha narrowed his eyes with a solemn expression. Compared to before, the spiritual pressure of the ghosts had increased by at least 10 times. They had only just begun to reveal their true strength. The strength of a ghost immortal. Although the shock waves from the spirits were extremely powerful, they paled in comparison to Yi Fan's. Before the dozens of dazzling black shock waves could approach Yi Fan's flames, they instantly turned into black smoke and dissipated. Within the flames that soared into the sky, the red-haired, red-robed Yi Fan curled his vermilion lips, revealing a devilish smile. He used his blood-red eyes and black pupils to look at the ghosts that were also changing their forms. His gaze was hollow and terrifying. The ghosts within the black flames were also staring at Yi Fan with their glowing black eyes. They had sinister smiles on their faces, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They held shiny battle swords in their hands as they approached Yi Fan step by step. The encirclement began to shrink gradually. A strong, murderous aura instantly filled the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! The ghosts that were dragging their swords forward became faster and faster. Finally, they turned into dozens of dazzling black and white radiance and attacked Yi Fan, who was in the center of the encirclement. The black radiance was the ghost shadow, and the white radiance was the sword radiance. Their speed was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. Within the flames, Yi Fan smiled sinisterly. He shook his red robe and swung it elegantly, then spun in a circle on the spot. Swoosh! 3 dazzling blood-red shockwaves appeared out of thin air. With Yi Fan as the center, the shockwaves spread out at the speed of light, like blood-red ripples in a pool of blood. Whoosh! 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 Seeing Yi Fan's devil spirit shockwaves coming at them, the ghosts did not dare to be careless. As they rushed forward, they raised their glowing, white demon battle swords high above their heads and slashed down. Dozens of white radiance shot out from the swords in the ghosts' hands and slashed directly at the 3 devil spirit shockwaves. The radiance of the radiance was more than 10 feet long and as dazzling as snow. Boom! With a loud sound, the dozens of radiance of the ghost's radiance collided with Yi Fan's first devil spirit shockwave. Bang! 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 Following countless crisp sounds, the demon battle swords in the ghost's hands were instantly cut into pieces by Yi Fan's first shockwave, as if they were tofu. The faces of all the spirits were filled with shock, and their pupils that were shining with black light immediately constricted. This guy had only spun in a circle on the spot, but he was able to release such a powerful shockwave to the extent that their demon battle swords, which were forged from the primordial spirits of countless evil spirits, were cut into 2. Could it be that the Lord of the Devil Realm was really like what the rumors said, becoming stronger when facing a strong opponent? Could he so easily deal with the joint attack of dozens of ghost spirit experts? How is that possible? One had to know that they were 1,000-year ghosts who had never met a worthy opponent, and their strength was comparable to that of a ghost immortal. Just as the ghosts were in disbelief, Yi Fan's second devil spirit shockwave arrived. All of the ghost spirits were shocked. They threw away the broken swords in their hands and activated the power of their 1,000-year ghosts. But the black radiance on the ghosts' bodies suddenly rose. They stepped into the air, activated their ghosts, and pushed their palms toward the second devil spirit shockwave. Whoosh! Two black pillars of light shot out from the palms of every ghost spirit expert. The beams of light were about 3 feet thick, and the black radiance was flowing. They were dazzling and domineering. They wanted to use their 1,000-year ghosts to stop the shockwave together. However, they had underestimated the Demon King too much. At this time, Yi Fan's form was 100% that of the Demon King's body, and the power of the Demon King had spread throughout Yi Fan's entire body. Most importantly, Yi Fan no longer used his heart to suppress the heavenly demon's power. He allowed the heavenly demon's power to run amok. This was also thanks to the Rainbow Spirit Phoenix that had forged an extremely strong body for Yi Fan, which could completely withstand the overbearing spiritual pressure of the Demon King's power. If it was the previous body, it would not be able to withstand the full form of the Demon King's spiritual energy. The 100% form of the Demon King's body, the power of the Demon King, coupled with his strong body and endless killing intent, Yi Fan's current strength had reached the peak of its peak for the first time since he started cultivating. These ghosts were indeed rare 1,000-year ghosts. Not only did they have 1,000-year cultivation, but they also had powerful immortal bodies. They were even top experts in controlling ghosts and spirits when they were alive. But then again, no matter how strong their cultivation was, compared to Yi Fan's power as the Demon King, the difference was like heaven and earth. No matter how strong an ant was, it would not be a match for an elephant. Moreover, Yi Fan was not an elephant now, but a demonic beast full of killing intent. Boom! The moment the black beams of light shot out by the ghosts touched Yi Fan's second demon spirit shockwave, they were instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. Yi Fan's demon spirit shockwave did not even pause. Bang! 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 In an instant, all the spirits were sent flying backward by the huge recoil. But unfortunately, their flying speed could not keep up with the speed of the shockwave. After the second shockwave shattered the opponent's black spiritual energy, it did not slow down and directly hit the protective flames of the ghosts. Boom! A loud sound was heard, black light splashed, and the shockwave dispersed. The black protective flames of the ghosts were instantly swept away by Yi Fan's second shockwave, and the light dissipated. At this time, their flames were completely gone, and their spiritual energy had dissipated. They could not even block the attack anymore. Boom! Before they could adjust their bodies after being sent flying, the third shockwave came instantly. When the ghosts saw the third shockwave coming, they instantly revealed sinister smiles. After this shockwave, their souls would definitely be scattered and turned into ashes. But what was there to be happy about? Of course, they were happy. The reason was simple. As long as their souls were scattered and turned into ashes, it would not take long for them to be reborn again and recover to their original state. At that time, they would still be able to appear in their original state. So what if he was the Demon King? So what if his cultivation was shocking? With their immortal bodies, even if a deity descended, he would not be able to do anything to them. However, they were wrong. Yi Fan's third devil spirit shockwave did not shatter their primordial spirits. When the shockwave was less than 3 feet away from the ghosts, Yi Fan opened his eyes slightly. Whoosh! The rapidly spreading shockwave suddenly burst with a red glow, and then with a whoosh, it turned into a bright red, dazzling scarlet chain. The chain was dozens of feet long, as thick as an arm, and as red as blood. It was like a red python dancing wildly in the air. Seeing this, the ghost's pupils suddenly shrank, and their expressions changed greatly. This demon king did not want to kill them at all, but wanted to capture them alive. Whoosh, the glaring scarlet chain seemed to have a mind of its own and directly tied up the ghosts who were flying in all directions, firmly wrapping around them 7 to 8 times. Yi Fan just turned around on the spot, and the ghosts were instantly restrained. The strength of the heavenly demon's power was evident. At this moment, in the air around Yi Fan, dozens of black-robed ghost spirits experts were tightly bound by blood-red chains, forming a huge circle. It was a very spectacular sight. In the center of the circle, Yi Fan, with his red hair fluttering in the wind, smiled and looked at the ghosts in the air with his pair of blood-red eyes, with a sinister smile on his face. Since these ghosts had immortal bodies, he might as well capture them alive. This way, it would save him a lot of trouble. First, he would capture them alive, then use all kinds of methods to torture them and make them suffer a fate worse than death. After finding their weakness, he would completely end them. The rampaging of the heavenly demon's power caused Yi Fan's battle techniques and analytical abilities to rise along with it. This was not the first time he had used the Scarlet Chain. During the Demon Slaying Conference, he had used this move to directly suppress the 8 Yin-Yang disciples. "Now it's my turn," the red-haired, red-lipped Yi Fan said with a sinister smile. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.